welcome back to another awesome project in React Native. So in this project, we'll be building a full stack booking app in React Native using the Expo framework. And if you find this interesting, please hit the like button and also subscribe for more such content. So let's get started. So firstly, let's look into the demo of the application. So towards my right, we have the bottom tab navigator being initialized at the bottom, which has 4 parts. That is the home screen, the saved screen, and the bookings, which are going to come over here. So the booking screen and the profile screen. So for now, we'll just be looking into the states inside this application. Okay, so as you can see, the first screen that is being rendered is the home screen. So the first part inside the home screen is this component where we need to enter our destination, our selected dates, and the rooms, number of adults and children, and then search for that particular information. Okay, so firstly, let's go and select our destination. Okay, so inside this screen, we have implemented the search functionality in such a way that whatever the user types inside of the input field, if at all that particular place is present inside of our database, then in that case, we're going to show the place as some suggestion just below the input field. Okay, so I'm just going to type in some place. Okay, so as you can see, this particular place is present inside of our database. So for that reason, you're seeing the suggestion over here. So it has currently 3 properties. So I'm going to select on this. So it's going to come back to the previous screen with that particular place selected. So the next step is to select our date. So let's go to that. So let's select some random dates and I'm going to say submit. Okay, so the next thing is this part. So you can leave this as default or you can increase the number of rooms, adults or children. Okay, like this, and apply. Okay, so based on whatever we have selected over here, that is based on the place we're going to search. Okay, so we are going to render different types of property cards for that particular place. So let's do that. Okay, so as you can see, we have pretty much 3 properties for this particular place. So all of this data is coming from the backend itself. Okay, so right at the top, as you can see, we have 3 functionalities, that is sort, filter and map. So for sort, we can sort based on the cost price point, that is from low to high or from high to low. So let's check out from low to high and apply. So there you go, all of our property cards has been sorted from low to high, that is based on the price point. So you can do that similarly in the opposite way, that is high to low. Okay, as you can see, again the property cards have been sorted. Okay, so the next thing is let's go check out the map. You can see the map screen over here. Okay, which contains 3 property cards, that is basically all the different price points that are present, and if you press on them, we just show the information, that is the name of that particular hotel. Okay, so that's it about the map screen. So let's get into any one of the property card so that we can see more information. So basically we have the images, all the different details, that like the name, ratings, the price points and the offers as well, and we have the check-in and check-out dates. And finally, at the bottom, we have some basic amenities for that particular, hotel. So let's press on select availability, where we need to select the rooms that is required. So pretty much I've given the same kind of rooms for all of the hotels that are present. So let's select any one of them, which says selected, and we can reserve this. Okay, over here we need to, enter some basic details so that we can reserve this particular hotel. So I'm going to write in all of the basic details. The name with which I signed this in, so I'm gonna say that particular username with which I signed at the initial state. So I'm gonna write some phone number and then final step. Okay, so this is the final screen basically, where we need to book that particular hotel. Okay, so as soon as I press on the book now button, so basically all of the details is going to get stored inside of Firebase, that is all of this with the user details into that particular user UID, okay, of that particular user. So let's check that out, book now, and we'll be navigated to the home screen with this saying that we have a single booking over here. Okay, if you check out the booking, so there you go. So currently I've just shown the name and the rating. So if you want, you can just add more details into it, like the check-in date, the checkout dates, and all those other details. So for the time being, I've just rendered the name as well as a rating. Okay, so of course we have implemented login as well, login and logout. So it is again the email authentication that we have used. Okay, so I think it's going to be a lot of fun learning this project. So if you find this interesting, please hit the like button. So let's get started with the project right now. So the first step is to create a Expo Manage project. Okay, so inside my terminal, I'm currently inside my build folder. So I'm just gonna say Expo init. the project name. So in my case, I'm going to say booking project, and I'm going to press enter. So this should ask us to choose any template. So pretty much we have four options, that is a blank template with TypeScript, or tabs with TypeScript, or a minimal template. So we are going to choose the first option, that is blank template, and press on enter. So this should install all the JavaScript dependencies required to start working on a project, and it's going to create a sub project directory with the name that we have given, that is booking project. So let's wait for this to get installed in our system. Okay, so after it has been initialized, we are going to go into that particular folder and run the app. Okay, so it says your project is ready. So we are gonna navigate to the cd booking project first. So I'm gonna say cd booking project. Okay, I'm gonna say code dot. So it opens up with the VS Code, right? So I'm gonna close the previous VS Code. Okay, I'm gonna use this one. So I've currently opened up my app.js, as you can see. So basically inside the app.js, we are basically returning a view with a text which says open up app.js to start working on your app. Okay, so this is the starting point of your application. So from here, we're gonna start building all the components, screens, and all the other designs. Okay, so the first step is to run the application. So I'm gonna say terminal, new terminal. So currently we are in the correct directory, that is booking project. I'm gonna say expo start. Okay, so let's open up our Expo Developer Tools on Chrome. So towards my left, we have pretty much 5 options to view our application. That is run on Android device or emulator, or run on iOS simulator, or run in web browser, or pretty much these 2 options that we have. Okay, and at the bottom you can see this the QR code present. So if you want to view the application on your own phone, you can scan this QR code. So to scan the QR code, you need to have installed the Expo Go app on your system. Okay, so in our case, we're going to run it on the iOS simulator. So I'm going to press on the second option. Okay, so let's wait for the app to get installed. Right, so basically it's just going to show this text because that's what we are returning inside our app.js. Okay, so let's wait for the app to load the project. Okay, it's almost done, and there you go. You can see the text at the center part of the screen. Okay, so it's currently at the center part of the screen because of these 2 default styling that they've given, that is align items of center and the justify content of center. So let me just remove this out, and there you go. It's almost at the top of the status bar. Okay, so if you check out the design, as you can see at the bottom, we have the bottom tab navigator. So let's initialize that first. So to do that, firstly, let's install navigation into this project. Okay, so I'm going to head over to Chrome again. I'm going to search for React navigation as such, and let's go into the first link, then read docs. So getting started, right? So we need to install some packages. So let's do that using yarn or npm. I'm going to use yarn. So the first package is React Navigation /native. So let's go do that, install it. Okay, so new terminal, then paste it over here. So the next thing we need to install is basically the safe area context and the React Native screens. So I'm gonna copy that. Okay, so that is into a bare React Native project. So since we are using Expo Manage project, I'm gonna use this piece of code. Okay, let's go paste it over here. So after this, let's move on to React navigation over here. We need to install the native stack as such. So pretty much copy this piece of code and paste it over here. So the next thing we want is React Native bottom tabs. So I'm gonna search over here, this one. Okay, so the first link, and we need to install this one, that is React navigation /bottom tabs. So I'm gonna go over here and again paste it. Okay, so if you check out the package.json, you can see all of the packages have been installed, right? So now let's define the folder structure first. So I'm gonna create few folders. One is for the screens, and one is for components, and we're going to create now the stack navigator file. So I'm going to say stack navigator.js, okay, and rnfes to get the shorthand snippet. Okay, so to get the shorthand snippet, you need to have installed ES7 inside your system. So if you check out the extensions tab over here, the extension is this one. You need to have installed this one to get the shorthand snippet, right? So let's go back. So inside my stack navigator, firstly, let me get my create bottom tab navigator, this one. I'm going to paste it over here. Let me import this as well. Okay, so the next thing we want is the create native stack navigator, that is this one. So I'm gonna paste it right over here. Okay, so pretty much let's import it as such like this, save the file. So the next thing we're gonna do is I'm gonna create a new function. I'm gonna say function bottom tabs. Okay, it's gonna be a basic function. So inside the bottom, inside the bottom tabs, I'm gonna create the tab navigator. So I'm gonna say firstly return. I'm gonna say tab dot navigator like this. Inside here we are gonna pass in all of the screens. So I'm gonna say tab dot screen. So the first screen we have over here is the home screen, right? So I'm gonna write that over here. So I'm gonna say name is gonna be home, and after that, firstly let's create our four screens for the bottom tab navigation. So I'm gonna say home screen .js rnfes to get the shorthand snippet, save the file. The next thing is saved screen .js rnfes to get the shorthand snippet, and after that we have is the booking screen again. We're going to do the same process, and then after that we have is the profile screen. Again we're going to follow the same process. Okay, save the file. So now let's come back to our stack navigator. So we're going to provide the component. So for this component is going to be the home screen, because that's the first screen we want to see, right? So I'm going to say home screen, import it from the screens folder as such, and then after that we're going to provide some options to this. So I'm going to say options. So the first one it's going to be is tab bar label. So it's going to be home, and I'm going to say header shown to be false. Okay, and the next thing we have is the tab bar icon. Okay, so I'm just gonna say tab bar icon. So this in turn is gonna take in a prop called as focused. So if it is focused or not. So if it is focused, we're gonna show a different icon, else some other icon, right? So I'm gonna say focused, some other icon, else a different icon. Okay, so the first thing we have is the home icon. So let's get the icon real quick. So I'm gonna head over to Chrome and search for export.icons.fyi. Okay, so let me search for home. Okay, so let's pretty much import the icon family. So this is the outlined version. So this is the outlined icon for the first one, that is home. We also need this one when it is focused. So let's import the family first, that is ntypo. Okay, let's import, let's copy the render component code. So if it is focused, we're gonna show this thing, right? So if it is not focused, then we're gonna show the outline one. So copy the render component code and paste it over here. Okay, so that's it. Save the file. So let me copy this tab.screen a couple of times. Okay, 3 times we need to copy it for the 3 other different screens that we have. And now let's start making the changes, right? So the first thing we have is, instead of home, we're gonna say saved. So instead of home screen, I'm gonna say the saved screen, imported from the screens component as such. Tab bar label, it's gonna be saved. Okay, so now let's change the icons. So it's gonna be a heart icon. So it's from and design. Let's import the icon family first. Okay, so if it is focused, we're gonna show this icon. So I'm gonna say over here, paste it over here. And if it is not focused, we're just gonna show the outlined version. That is also from and design itself, right? So if it's not focused, I'm gonna paste it over here. Okay, that's it about the second thing. Now for the third screen, so the name is gonna be bookings, tab bar label is gonna be bookings, and the component we're gonna render over here is the booking screen. Okay, import it from the screens folder like this, and again we're gonna make the changes for the icon. So it's gonna be the notification icon. Okay, so this is from icons. Let's import the icon family first. Okay, so if it is focused, we're going to show this icon. So let's come to the third part. If it is focused, I'm going to show over here. If it is not focused, we need to get a outlined one, right? So that is also from icons. So just simply copy the render component because the family is already imported and paste it over here. Okay, so now let's make the changes for the final one, that is the profile screen. So I'm going to say profile. So the component in this case is going to be a profile screen. So let's change the tab bar label to be profile. And now let's make the changes for the icons. Okay, let's search for person. So already the icons has been imported. So just copy the render component code. So if it is focused, I'm going to paste it over here. If it is not focused, then I need a outline icon. Okay, so again already the icons is already imported. Just copy the render component code and paste it over here. Save the file. So now we have initialized our bottom tab. So the next step is to initialize our stack navigator, that is a native stack navigator. So I'm gonna go over here, copy this navigation container and return in the main block over here instead of the view. Let's import the navigation container as such like this, and over here instead of the name of home, I'm going to give name as main, and the component I'm going to render is the function that we just created, that is the bottom tabs, this one, right? So I'm going to say component is going to be bottom tabs. Okay, so since the bottom tab is a bottom tab navigator, so since this function is a bottom tab navigator, and the first thing is the home screen, we should be seeing the home screen as focused at the initial stage, right? So let me save the file. So the next step is to import the stack navigator inside our app.js. So let's remove the view. So I'm gonna say stack navigator from that particular file. Save the file. Hopefully nothing should go wrong. It's currently refreshing and design has already been declared. Okay, let's remove that out. Save the file. Okay, still it's showing some error. Okay, so let's just refresh the app and open it from the beginning. Okay, so hopefully this time it should show us the correct output with the bottom tab navigator being seen, right? So there you go, it's working correctly. We are able to see the correct bottom tab navigator with all of the icons, that is home, saved, bookings, main, and as I change the icon, you can see that screen being shown, right? So this is the saved screen, this is the booking screen, this is the profile screen. Okay, so the next step we need to look into is basically we need to change the color of the icon. So if you check out over here, it is having a blue color. So I'm just gonna change that. So instead of black, if it is focused, I'm gonna give this color, that is 003580. So save the file. So as you can see, we are able to see that blue color being applied. So I'm gonna copy that for all of the other focused ones. So wherever it is black, I'm gonna copy this blue color. All right, save the file. So as you can see, it's working absolutely fine. Okay, so the next step is we need to start designing the home screen. So the first step inside the home screen is to design this header part. So I'm gonna go over to my home screen. Okay, so to basically design the header part inside the home screen, I'm gonna use the use layout effect. Okay, so the syntax is super similar to use effect. So firstly, let me import this from the correct dependency, that is React. Let's remove that. Okay, firstly let me initialize my navigation. I'm gonna say const navigation equals to use navigation. Okay, so inside my use layout effect, I'm gonna say navigation dot set options. I'm gonna say firstly header shown. I'm gonna set it to be true. So as soon as I save the file, you should see the home header being seen. Okay, so this home header is coming from the bottom tab navigator, whereas this main header, as you can see, that is coming from the stack navigator. That is because of this. So we do not want that, right? So I'm gonna say options. Here I'm gonna say header shown. I'm gonna set it to be false. Save the file. So as you can see, we are only able to see the home header. That is good. So the next thing we are gonna say is we're gonna change the title. So it's gonna be a booking.com. Okay, so after that we have to give the header style. So here we're gonna give the font size of 20 and a font weight of bold and basically the color of white. Okay, so after this we're gonna give the header style, which is gonna have the background color of blue. So I'm gonna say a background color. So the same color that we gave to the icon, I'm just gonna copy that, this one, and paste it over here. So it's gonna have a basic height. I'm gonna give a height of 110. Okay, and pretty much save the file. So there you go, that's working absolutely fine. So the next thing is you can see an icon towards the right over here. So we're gonna design that. So there is some option called as header right. So I'm gonna say header right. It's gonna take in a function and return the icon, whatever we want. So already we have the notification icon inside the stack navigator. That is the outlined one. So I'm gonna pretty much copy this out and paste it over here. Okay, and let's import which was that iron icons from that particular dependency, right? So save the file. So as you can see, the icon being shown. So I'm gonna give some internal styling, a bit of margin right of let's say 12, and I'm gonna give a color of white. Okay, yes, I think that's looking good. So the next thing we're going to design is this header part. So that's the first component that we're going to design. So I'm going to open up my file tree, create a new file inside the components folder, that is header.js as such, and then rnfes to get the shorthand snippet. Save the file. Now I'm going to import my header inside my home screen. So I'm going to say header, import it from the components folder as such like this. Okay, and save the file. So let's give some basic styling to the header. That is, it's going to contain some background color as well of the same color, that is a blue one. So I'm going to say style. We're going to give a background color of the same thing that we gave to the icon and the header. So copy this piece of code and paste it over here. Next thing is we need to give it some height of 65. We're gonna give flex direction of row, and then align items of center, justify content of space around. Okay, that's looking better. So format it once. So over here we're gonna initialize the pressable, import it from React Native. So it's gonna have two things, that is the icon as well as the text, right? So firstly let's get the icons. So we have the bed icon first. So I'm gonna go and get that. Okay, so from icons, import the icon family first and render component code. Let's copy that out, paste it over here. The next thing we have is the text which says stays. So save the file. Okay, so for the pressable, let's give some styling. We're gonna give let's say a flex direction of row, and then align items of center. Okay, so for the text we're gonna give some styling, some margin left of 8, font weight of bold, we want the color to be white, and some font size, right, 15. Okay, that's looking better. So let's change the icon color to be white. So we only have the border for the first one, so let's just hard code that value. So I'm gonna say border color of white. Is it white? Yes, it is white. And we're gonna give it some border width of let's say 2 and a border radius of 20. Okay, some internal spacing, padding of 14, 6. Okay, I think we need to give we need to increase the border radius 25. Okay, so let's pretty much copy the pressable a couple of times and then later make the changes. Okay, so for all of the other pressables, we do not want the border color and the border width, we just want this. Okay, so let's remove all of it. Nice. Okay, so now we're going to make the changes. So the first thing is so for the second thing we have flights, car rental and taxi, right? So this is going to say flights and the car rental and taxi. Okay, so now let's make the changes for the icons as well. So the second thing that we have is for the flights is the aeroplane icon. Not sure what's the icon name. Okay, so we can choose this one, I guess, for the plain icon. So import the icons. Okay, it's already imported. So render component code, let's copy that out and paste it over here. The color is going to be white. Okay, so after that we have is the car icon. We can choose, I guess, the any outlined one. Yeah, I guess we can choose this. Let's import it over here, and the color is going to be white. Okay, so the next thing is the taxi icon. So let's search for Uber. Okay, let's take it from font awesome 5. Okay, so let's make this as white again. Okay, I think it's looking better. So I think we need to just increase the font size a bit and decrease the border width for the border that we have given. So let's give a border width of 1. Okay, yeah, I think it's looking better itself. So let's try to increase the font size for this, 26. and 26. The same thing over here, 26. Okay, so the next thing over here is, as you can see, there is a border that we have over here that we do not want, right? So to remove that, let's come back to our home screen, and for the header style, I'm gonna say border bottom color, that's gonna be transparent. And the next thing we are gonna give is the shadow color, it's gonna be transparent again. Okay, so there you go, that border has been removed and now it's looking good, right? So the next thing we are going to design is this particular component where we need to enter the destination, the dates, and select the remaining attributes, right? So firstly, let's initialize our scroll view, import it from React Native. Okay, so over here we're going to start designing our first component inside our header screen. Okay, so let's do that part. So now inside the scroll view, I'm gonna initialize my first view like this. Okay, so this outer view is for this design, that is the yellow color border, right? So firstly, inside this, we are gonna have 4 pressables. Okay, pressable, let's import it. It's already been imported. Okay, so the first pressable is for, of course, the destination. The second one is for selected dates. Okay, and the third one is for the number of guests, right? So we're gonna say rooms and guests. Okay, so the final pressable is for the search button. Okay, so for the outer view, which contains 4 of these pressables, I'm gonna give some styling. So I'm gonna say style. So firstly, some external spacing, that is a margin of 20. Okay, a slide border color. So this is gonna be a border color of yellow. So it's gonna be FF C72C. Okay, and I'm gonna give it a border width as well of 3 and a slide border radius of 6. Okay, as you can see the border. Okay, so now for the first thing inside the pressable over here inside the destination is we need the icon as well as the text input. So let's get the icon first. So from feather, let's import the icon family and copy that into component code and then paste it right over here. Okay, so after this we have is the text input from React Native. So let's give the placeholder for this. It's gonna say enter your destination. Okay, save the file. So let's format once. Yeah, so now let's give some piece of styling for the pressable, right? So I'm gonna say style, flex direction of row, then align items of center. We're gonna say a gap of 10 between the children and a bit of padding horizontal of 10. I'm gonna give a border color, the same color I've given to the outer parent, this one, and some border width as well, border width of 2, and some padding vertical of 15. Okay, so let me save the file. So there you go. Okay, so you can see that currently being applied. Okay, so for the next thing, let's get the icon for the second pressable, that is going to be dates, right? So let's search for dates, or I think it's the calendar, this one. let's just copy the render component code because the icon family has already been imported. So let's copy the same piece of styling for the pressable over here. Okay, let's copy it correctly. Save the file. So over here inside the second instead of text input, for the second part I'm going to use a dependency that is React Native date ranges. So let's install that package first. I'm going to say React Native date ranges, the first link. Okay, so let's pretty much copy this and install it using yarn. Okay, I'm going to say yarn add React Native date ranges. Okay, so let's wait for it to install. Okay, it has been installed. So now pretty much copy this piece of component and we're going to paste it right after the feather icon. Let's remove all of this, it's not required. Some of them is required that we're going to write it soon. Import this date picker from React Native date ranges, right? So let's format it once and let's see how is it looking. So save the file. Okay, it's still refreshing. So as you can see, it has a border currently, right? So we do not want that. We just want it to be plain with the placeholder which says select your dates, right? So let's look into that. So for that, we're going to give it some different options, right? So let's remove all of these comments that they've given. Okay, so the first thing we're going to give is the selected BG color. So it's going to be this color code. Okay, so save the file. So the next thing is we're going to make changes inside the custom styles. So we're going to give something called as the header style. So just to be sure, if you check out, if you press on this, a modal kind is going to open. Okay, so we're going to give the header style. I'm going to say header style. I'm going to give a background color of blue. That is the same color that we apply to the home screen header, this one. I'm going to paste it over here. So instead of orange, you should be seeing that. Okay, so there you go. So the next thing is the placeholder text. We're going to give a font size of 15 to this. Okay, we're going to give it flex direction of row, align items of center. Okay, and after that we're going to give a margin right of auto. Save the file. Okay, so this is the submit button, but we need a custom button for this, right? So as you can see the dates being selected. So the next thing we're going to give is the content text style. So it's going to be content text. I'm going to copy the same piece of styling for the content text that we have given for the placeholder, right? Save the file. As you can see, the font size has been decreased, right? So give it a format once. So now let's give it some style. So we have the width of 350 and the height of 45. That is by default. So I'm going to give it a height of 30. Okay. And after that, I'm going to say a border radius. It should be 0. And our border width should be 0. This is done just to remove the border, right? We do not want the border. So there you go. That's looking absolutely fine. So the next thing, if at all the border comes, let's also give one more thing. That is the border color. It's going to be transparent. Okay, that's it. So you can pretty much select the dates. I think we need to make changes for this thing, right? So we need a custom button for that. So to do that, we are gonna go, we're going to add a new option over here which says, on confirm. So this method is to store the dates instead in the state, right? So for the custom button, I'm going to say custom button like this, okay, which is going to take in the on confirm, and we're going to initialize a new function which says custom button of the on confirm. Okay, so let me just get the code for the custom button. Okay guys, I've just pasted the code for the custom button over here. Okay, so let me just comment this out on confirm. That's the method to store the dates inside of state. So let's import this button from React Native. Okay, so basically we are returning a button and giving an on press event for this, which is on confirm. This is coming from the parameters, and I'm given some basic style over here. That is the container, width of 80 and margin horizontal of 3, and this is the basic text with the font size, and title is of submit. So save the file. So if I press over here, as you can see, the button can be seen over here with the title as submit, right? So submit, you can see that the date being changed, right? So you can even change the dates. Okay, so submit. So there you go, right? So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to store the dates inside of state, so that we want it in the next further screens, right? So I'm going to say const selected dates comma set selected dates equals to use state. Okay, so let me import use state from React as such. Okay, so what I'm going to do next is the on confirm method. Let's uncomment that. So this is basically going to take in two things, that is the start date and the end date. So whenever we press on the on confirm button, that is on the submit button, I'm just going to say set selected date to be the start date and the end date. Okay, so just to confirm, let's console.log the selected dates. So I'm going to say console.log of selected dates, save the file. So let's start from the beginning. So let's select some random dates. So if I do over here, so as you can see, it is an object with the end date and the start date. Okay, so we are going to design the next pressable, that is to choose the number of rooms and the children, right? So I'm gonna say pressable, the icon is gonna be of person. I think we already have that icon in the stack navigator. Let's get it from there itself, the person outline icon, that is iron icons. So paste it over here. Iron icons has already been imported. Okay, and save the file. Let's give the same piece of styling for the pressable. Okay, so let's copy it from over here and we're gonna paste it over here. Okay, so now for the next thing over here is it's gonna have the text input again. So let's say text input, so placeholder. So now let's get the default placeholder for it. Okay, and after that, when we initialize the state, we're gonna make it look dynamic. So one room, okay, and then 2 adults, and currently it is 0 children, right? Okay, save the file. So the next thing we have is our search button, right? So let's look into that. So pretty much we're gonna initialize just a single piece of text, let's say search, and I'm gonna give the same piece of styling for the pressable. Okay, this one. Actually, you can remove flex direction row of and align item center, even the gap, because there is only one children, right? So format it once. So we're going to give it a background color for this. So it's going to be this color code, that is 2A52BE. Okay, there you go. So for the text, I'm going to give it some basic styling. I'm going to say text align of center. Okay, and a font size of 15. Okay, and a font weight of 500 and a color of white. Okay, as you can see that as those styles have been applied. So the next thing we look into is we are going to apply the state for the rooms, adults and children. Okay, so let's look into that part. Okay, so over here I'm going to say const rooms comma set rooms equals to use state. Okay, so initially we have to give the value of 1, right? And then we're going to say const adults comma set adults equals to use state of the initial value for this is going to be 2, right? And the next thing is for the children, so const children comma set children equals to use state. Initial value is going to be 0 for this. And one more thing we forgot to give is the style for the placeholder. It needs to be a gray color for the destination. So let's make that change real quick. So for the text, I'm just going to say placeholder text color black. Whereas for the second last pressable, that is this one, so this is going to have a placeholder text color. It's going to be red. Okay, so format it once. So now we need to initialize the next step, that is the bottom model. That is whenever the user presses to increase the number of rooms, adults or children, we're going to press on this and we're going to initialize the model. So firstly let's install the dependency for the bottom model. Okay, so we'll be using something called as the React Native models for the bottom model. Okay, so firstly let's add that package. So I'm going to say yarn add React Native models. Okay, so firstly let's head over to Chrome and I'm going to search for React Native models. Okay, so let's go over here. So this is the package, so we're going to use this one, that is the bottom model. Okay, so firstly, for everything to work, this is the essential step, that is we need to include the model portal inside the main app.js. So let's go do that. So copy this model portal. Okay, so this has been installed. Let's come back to app.js and let's add it over here. Let's import the model portal from React Native models as such. Save the file. Okay, so the next thing is we're going to initialize our bottom model. So before that, let's access the state for, that is if the model is visible or not visible. So I'm going to initialize my state inside my home screen. So I'm going to say const model visible comma set model visible equals to use state. So initially it's going to be false, right? Okay, so I'm going to make use of a fragment over here. So after the view, I'm going to initialize my bottom model. Okay, so bottom model imported from the React Native models as such, like this. Okay, so we're going to give many options to the bottom model. So the first one is the swipe threshold. It's going to be 200. And the next thing is on backdrop press. That is if you press on the outside part or the back button, it should basically close the model, right? So we're going to say take in a function. We're going to access the set model visible and we're going to set it to be not the opposite of model visible. Okay, so the next thing we're going to design is the swipe direction. So it's going to be an array. It's going to be up and then down. Okay, so the next thing is if you have checked out the demo video, that is the starting part, we have a footer. Okay, so this is going to take in a new component, that is our model footer. Let's import it from the React Native models as such. So this in turn is going to take in the button, that is the model button. Okay, so for the model button, we're gonna give some text. So the text over here is gonna be apply, and you're gonna give some piece of styling to this. Okay, we're gonna say a margin bottom of 20, and the color is gonna be of white, and we're gonna give it a background color, the same color that we gave to the header, that is the blue color. So let's copy that from the use layout effect, this one I guess. Copy that out, and we're gonna paste it right over here. Okay, and then we have another method, that is after pressing on the button, that is the apply button, we are gonna say set model visible. It's gonna take in a function first. So we're gonna say set model visible to the opposite of model visible. So basically we are closing the model, right? So that's it about the footer part. So the next thing we are gonna give is the model title, right? So we're gonna say model title. Again, this is gonna have a component called model title. You have to import all of these. So if you check out the import statements, okay, so as you can see, all of this has been imported. So the model title, it's going to take in a title, of course. So we're going to say title. So it is going to say select rooms and guests, something like this. Okay, so save the file. So the next thing is we're going to give it the modal animation, this one. So it's going to be new slide animation. Let's import that also from the React Native models as such. Okay, we're gonna give the attribute that is slide from. So it's gonna slide from the bottom part, that is from bottom to top. Okay, so I think let's format it once and save the file. Okay, so there are a few more options left out. So we're gonna say on hardware back press. We're gonna take in a function, and we're gonna say set modal visible to be the opposite of modal visible. So essentially if we press on the back button, it is gonna get closed. Okay, that's what we are doing in this piece of code. And next thing we have is the visible. It's gonna be modal visible. So this is coming from the state that we just created, this one. So if it is visible, it's gonna show visible. I mean, so currently it is in the false state at the initial stage, right? So it's not gonna be visible, right? So the next thing we have is on touch outside. That is, if you touch on the outside of the model, we should close that, right? So for that, we are going to take in again the function. I'm going to say set modal visible to again the opposite of modal visible. Okay, so if it is true, it's going to be false. If it's false, it's going to be true. So save the file. Okay, so firstly, inside the bottom modal, the first thing that we have is the modal content, where all of our content is displayed, right? So I'm going to say modal content, import it from React Native models as such. And for the modal content, I'm going to provide some basic width and height. Okay, so for the width, I'm going to give it as 100%, and height is going to be 310. Okay, so now let's give it a try. Hopefully everything should work properly. Okay, so let's look into that. Is it a warning or error? Okay, so firstly, whenever the user presses on this icon, we have to set the model to be visible, right? So essentially, where is the icon? Okay, firstly we will go to the pressable, and where we have the person icon, that is this one. Or for the entire pressable, I'm going to give on press event. Okay, I'm going to take in a function. I'm going to say set modal visible to be the opposite of modal visible. That is, if it is false, make it true, and if it is true, make it false. Okay, save the file. So if I press on this, hopefully we should be seeing the modal. So there you go. So this is the modal title. This is the footer button. Okay, I don't know why the color is still, that color. Okay, so let's leave it like that itself. So let's continue with the modal content part. Okay, so if you press on the outside part, it should go off, right? So that's working absolutely fine. So inside the modal content, the first thing I'm going to initialize is my view. Okay, so this view is going to essentially contain all of the details, that is to increase the number of rooms, adults or children. Okay, so for the view, let's give some styling. So I'm going to say a flex direction of row, then align items of center, and justify content of space between. Okay, like this. Save the file. So now inside this view, we're going to have basically two things. The first thing is going to be the text. So this is going to say rooms. Okay, so after this we're going to have is the pressable. So this in turn is going to have three pressables. So one is for the minus button and the value and the plus button. Okay, so this pressable is going to have a text attribute. Okay, so this is going to say minus, and this is going to say whatever the rooms value is. So this is going to come from the state that we previously initialized, that is this thing. So we pretty much have adults, children and rooms. So I'm just accessing the value over here, right? So the next thing we have is, okay, so I forgot to put the text attribute. So I'm going to say rooms, and over here for the final pressable, so this is going to have the plus button to increase the quantity, right? So let me save the file. As you can see, that's working absolutely fine. So now for the pressable, I'm going to give the styling. So I'm going to say style. So basically it's going to be a flex direction of row, and then align items of center. Okay, so let me also give a gap between them of 10, right? And for each of the view, let's give some margin vertical of, let's say 15. Okay, I think that's looking better. So for now, for each of the icon that is present, sorry, the minus button, we're going to give the style. So I'm going to say style over here. So it's going to have a width of 26 and a height of 26, and I'm going to give a border radius of 13 to make it look exactly circular. So border radius of 13, and I'm going to give some border color as well. So the color code for that is going to be BE, and then after that we're going to give it a background color as well. So this is going to be a light shade of color. So it's going to be E0, right? Save the file. As you can see, that has been applied. So the next thing is we're going to target the text. We're going to say a text align of center, and we're going to give it a font size as well of 20 and a basic font weight of 600. Okay, and the next thing we're going to give is for the text a bit of padding horizontal of 6. Okay, so format document once, and we're going to give the same piece of styling for the plus button as well, that is over here, right? So save the file. So again for the text, which is there over here, I'm just going to say text align of center, or we can just pretty much copy this piece of styling. It's going to be the same. Okay, so for this text, let's give the styling. So font size of, let's keep it 18 and 500. Yeah, I think that's looking better. Okay, so let's format once. Right, so now the next step is we are going to pretty much give the styling for this text. It's looking very light, to be honest. So font size of 16 and a font weight of 500. Okay, I think that's looking good. So now I'm just gonna copy this view a couple of times. That's it. So over here once and over here once. Save the file. There you go. So we're just gonna make the changes now. So the next thing after rooms is the adults. So over here I'm gonna say adults, and the final one is gonna be children, right? That is gonna come over here. Okay, so now the next step is, if at all I press on the plus button or the minus button, we need to see that being increased or decreased depending on the button that we press on. Okay, so I'm gonna start from the first view. So firstly, for the plus button, that is over here. So this is for the rooms. I'm gonna say on press, take in a function. I'm gonna access set rooms. Okay, I'm gonna just take in the value and increase it by 1. Okay, save the file. So let's give that a try. Okay, currently everything is increasing because we have given rooms for everything, right? That is this value. That's what I'm talking about. So let's change that as well. So the next thing we have is the adults and children, right? So for the second view, so this was the first one, this is the second one. So this is gonna be adults. Okay, and this is gonna be children for the final one. Okay, so we are seeing 2 because that's the initial value we gave to that, right? So let's check it out. So finally, let's give the on press event for the minus button as well for the first pressable. So I'm gonna say on press. So I'm gonna access the set rooms. So here, if I keep on pressing the minus button, it's gonna go into the negative value. So to prevent that from happening, I'm gonna say math.max. Okay, so the maximum value you can go till is 1. You can't go below that. So that's the condition I'm applying. And the second part is it's going to be rooms minus 1. Okay, so save the file. So if at all I just keep on pressing the minus button, so this is the final value. It won't go below this. Okay, so that's nice. So the next thing is we're going to target the next plus button for the adults over here. So I'm gonna say on press. So I'm gonna say set adults to be whatever the value is plus 1. Okay, save the file. Okay, C doesn't exist. Why is that? Okay, we have not given the arrow properly. Yeah, so that's working absolutely fine. So now let's pretty much copy this and paste it over here for the minus button. So this is gonna be, again we're gonna apply the condition, that is math.max. So the maximum you can go is with a single adult, that is a solo kind of trip. So I'm gonna say 1 and it's gonna be adults minus 1, right? So the maximum value is 1. It can't go below that, right? So the next thing is for the children, right? So let's target that pressable, that is for the plus button. So I'm going to say on press. So I'm going to say set children to be whatever the value is plus 1. Okay, let's check that out. Okay, that's working fine. So for the minus button, let's give on press event. Okay, so over here what we're gonna do is we're gonna say set children. I'm gonna say math.max. Again, I'm gonna use the same kind of functionality. Okay, over here I'm gonna say the maximum value can be 0, but it can't go below that, right? And it's gonna be children minus 1. So it's going to be the maximum of these two. So Of course you can go till 0, but you can't go below 0. Okay, so now let's change the placeholder text. That is, whatever changes we make over here, the same thing should be reflected inside the placeholder, right? So let's come back to our pressable where we have the text input that is over here. So let's pretty much make use of backticks. Okay, and we're gonna add the braces like this. Okay, so instead of 1, I'm gonna bring in the value that is rooms, and instead of 2, I'm gonna bring in the adult value that is adults, and finally for the 0, instead of 0, I'm gonna say children, right? So save the file. So as you can see, currently it's one adult, one adult, one room, and 0 children. So if I make the changes, okay, you can see that being changed, right? And apply, it's just gonna get closed, right? So that's it about this part. Okay, so the next thing we'll be looking into is the design part at the bottom that we saw in the demo video. So let's look into that part. Okay, so now I'm gonna go to the bottom part and then start designing the bottom part of the design. Okay, so I guess after this view, I'm gonna put in a text attribute, and I'm gonna say travel more and spend less. Okay, so we're gonna give it some style. So I'm gonna say a margin horizontal of 15, okay, or 20, and a bit of font size 17, and a font weight of 500. Okay, so after this we have all of these horizontal scrollable views. Okay, so I'm going to design that part. So firstly, let me initialize a pressable, or before that let me initialize a scroll view. Okay, so I'm going to initialize my first pressable. So this pressable is going to take in two texts. This is the first text and this is the second one. So the first text is going to have a text which says genius, and the second text is basically saying that you are at genius level 1 in our loyalty program. Okay, so let's give the design for the pressable a bit of width and height and a background color. So I'm gonna give a width of 200 and a height of 150 and a bit of margin top. Okay, and background color, that is the same color that we gave to the home screen header, that is this one. So I'm gonna copy that and paste it over here. Okay, there you go. We're gonna give it some border radius as well of 10. Okay, some internal spacing of 20. So padding of 20. Okay, that's looking good. So for the text, we're gonna give it some white color and a font size. So I'm gonna say color of white and a font size of 15. Okay, and a font weight of bold. And a bit of margin vertical for this text, that is 7. Okay, so I'm gonna give the style for the second text. So it's gonna be a color of white and a font size of 15 again, and a font weight of, let's give it for 500. Okay, yeah, and we're gonna give it some margin horizontal as well of 20. Okay, so I'm gonna copy this pressable a couple of times. Okay, let's say 2 more times, right? So save the file. So we want it to be in a horizontal fashion, so I'm gonna go to the scroll view and I'm gonna say horizontal, and I'm gonna say show horizontal scroll indicator to be false. Okay, we are still able to see it. I think the spelling is wrong. Scroll, nope. Okay, let's just check out the spelling once. I'm not sure. Okay, so there is something called as show horizontal. Let's search for that. So show horizontal scroll indicator, this one. Let's pretty much copy that and paste it over here. Okay, so now that should go, right? So let's decrease the margin horizontal to 10. I think a space of 10 is good. Okay, so for the second and third pressables, we're going to remove the background color, and instead we're going to give it a different border color. So I'm going to say border color of E0, 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 and a border width of 2. Okay. Yeah, so as you can see, it has been applied to the final pressable. Let's remove the color of white. The same thing goes over here. So for the text, this one is gonna say 10% discounts. Okay, and this is gonna say enjoy discounts at participating at properties worldwide. Save the file. So let's make changes for the second second pressable. Let's remove the background color. I'm going to give the border color and border width. Okay, I'm going to paste it over here and remove the color of white over here as well for both the texts, and save the file. Okay, yeah, that's looking better. And we're gonna check out this text, that is 15% discount. So instead of genius, we're gonna say 15% discounts. And the second text is gonna say complete 5 stays to unlock level 2. Okay, so save the file. Yeah, so that's it. So I think let's move on to the next part. So of course, next part is getting this image. Okay, so let me just get the image link. Okay guys, I've just pasted the image link, so you can just check that out. Okay, so I've just initialized a pressable, given it a margin top, and justify center and align items of center, and this is the image link. You can just copy that out, and let's check if image is imported. Let's import image from React Native and save the file. Okay, so there you go, you can see the image coming up. So the next thing is, and one more thing which I noticed was, we need to change the placeholder for the dates, right? So let's go do that. So we're gonna come to the date picker, and where we have the default placeholder, I'm gonna say select your dates, right? So save the file. So there you go, that's looking better. So the next thing is, I'm gonna create my next screen. That is, the next thing we'll be working on is the destination part, where we select the destination. So for that, we'll need a separate screen. So I'm gonna create my new screen inside the screens folder. I'm gonna name it as the search screen.js. Okay, RNFES to get the shorthand snippet. So the next step is to include the search screen inside our stack navigator. So I'm gonna come over here. So I'm gonna say stack.screen. So the name is gonna be basically search. The component is gonna be search screen, imported from the screens folder like this. Okay, and I'm gonna say options. We do not want the header over here, so I'm gonna say header shown as false. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna initialize the onPress event on this particular pressable. So let's go back to the home screen. So let's search for the first pressable, that is this one. That is where we have the destination. So I'm gonna say onPress. So firstly, let's check if our navigation is initialized. Yes, it is initialized. So I'm gonna say onPress, taking a function. So I'm just gonna say navigation.navigate. So inside the navigate method, we need to pass the name of the screen we want to navigate to. So if you check out the stack navigator, the name of the screen we passed was search. So I'm gonna say navigation.navigate to the search screen, just like this. So save the file. So when I press on this, so there you go, we are navigated to the search screen. So inside the search screen, I'm going to make use of our safe area view first, since the text is almost touching up our status bar. So safe area view, I'm going to use this instead of the normal view which they've given, like this. Okay, so now let's start designing our search bar. Okay, so I'm going to initialize my view first. Let's remove this text, it's not required. So inside the view, the first thing we have is our text input. Let's import it from React Native. It's gonna have a placeholder which is gonna say enter your destination, something like this. So save the file. Yeah, so you can see that coming up. So for the view, I'm gonna give out some styling. So I'm going to give some internal spacing, a padding of 10 and a margin of 10, that is external spacing. And I'm going to say, okay, firstly let's get the icon also, that is a search icon. So I'm going to search for expo.icons.fyi, and the first link, search for the search icon. So let's use it from Feather. So the first step is to import the icon family and paste it over here. Next, let's render component code. Let's copy that out, and I'm gonna paste it right after the text input. Okay, so for the view, I'm gonna say flex direction of row, and then align items of center, and then justify content of space between. Okay, so you can see that working. So the next thing is I'm gonna give it a border color, as you have seen in the demo video. So I'm gonna say border color, so it's gonna be FFC7 to C, and I'm also gonna give it a border width of 4. Okay, let's add a comma over here, and there you go, you can see that working. So the next thing is I'm gonna give it a border radius of 10. Okay, I think that's looking better. So let us decrease this to 22. Alright, I think that's looking better. So the next thing we are going to do is we are going to track whatever the user is typing inside of the input field. So for that, we'll be making use of state. Okay, so I'm going to say const input comma set input equals to use state. So initially I'm going to pass an empty string because at the initial state there is nothing present inside of our input. Okay, so I'm going to import my use state from React like this, save the file. So now let's write the value for the text input. So value is going to be whatever is present inside of a state, that is input, and we're going to have a on change text such that whenever the user starts typing, okay, whenever it starts updating, we need to update our state. Okay, so it's basically going to take in the text, and we're going to set the input to whatever the user is typing, right? So I'm going to say set input of text. So let's save the file and let's check it out. So I'm going to say console.log of input. So console.log of input. So let's give that a try. I'm going to write in something in the input field hello. Yeah, so as you can see, as and when I type each letter, our state is getting updated, and you can see it in the console, hello, right? So that's working absolutely fine. So the next thing we need to implement is that, so we need to get the data first. So I'm going to bring in the data right now. Okay guys, I've just pasted the data over here on line number 7. So this time I'm just using a lot of data, to implement a lot of things as well. Okay, so I'm just gonna show you what exactly is there inside the data. So currently I'm just using two places, because while entering all of the data in the backend, it becomes a tedious process because there is like a lot of data to enter. So I'm just using two places as of now. So as you can see, we have just two objects inside this data array. Okay, and each of the object is going to have a unique ID, a place attribute, and a specific place image for that particular place, as you can see, and a short description. Okay, and after that we have all of the properties for that particular place. Okay, so let's say for Bangalore we have this properties array, and for this Hyderabad place we have this properties array. So if you check out the properties array, you have again an array of objects. Okay, and here let's say for Bangalore we have let's check that out correctly. I think we have three properties, if I'm not wrong. Okay, yeah, so we have three properties, and for each of the property we have a unique ID, a name for that particular property, and we have an image for that particular property, a basic image, and the ratings, the address, the old price, new price, the latitude and longitude to display the map, and we have the photos. Okay, again photos is an array of objects for the specific property of that particular place. Okay, so if you check out the photos array, so there are I guess 10 photos in each of the photos array, right? So basically there are 10 images, if I'm not wrong. You can check that out. Okay, so after the photos we have something called as the rooms array. So currently I've given the same type of rooms for all of the places. So we have three kinds of rooms with the size, payment, and the bed type. Okay, so pretty much we have all of these information in each properties. Okay, in each property card that we are going to display, right? So basically we have, this is the second place. Again, if you check out the second object, that is for a different place, we have a unique ID, a different place, and a place image for that place. Again, we have the properties, and as you can see, again we have the photos, all of the other details that are required, and the rooms array as well, and so on. Okay, so this is the data that we'll be using. So firstly we're just going to focus on this place. Okay, so this is what the user is going to enter, that is when he searches for the destination, right? So let's just focus on these three things, that is the place image, and the short description, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create firstly a new component. So let's open up our file tree. So I'm going to say search results .js. Okay, and I'm going to say rfnes to get the shorthand snippet and save the file. So now let's import our search results into our search screen. Okay, so everything is going to come, that is all of our results are going to come just beneath the view. So I'm going to say search results, import it from the components folder like this, and okay, initialize it like this, save the file. So as you can see, we can see the search results coming up. Okay, so to the search results we are passing two things as props. So the first thing is going to be this data array itself, right? So I'm going to say data equals to data. So the next thing we are passing is whatever the user is typing inside of the input field. So that is already stored inside of this state. Okay, so I'm going to pass that as props too. So I'm going to say input equals to input. Let's also pass in set input equals to set input. Okay, so save the file. So now let's receive the props inside our search results component, right? So I'm going to destructure the value. So I'm going to get in the data, and I'm going to get in my input, whatever the user is typing, as well as the set input. Okay, so the next step is for the view, I'm going to give some padding of 10 so it gets aligned with the search bar top. So okay, that's looking better. So now I'll be making use of a flat list over here. So I'm going to initialize my flat list over here like this, and I'm going to pass in the data attribute. So this is going to be the data itself, right? That is coming from the prop. So the second thing we have is the render item. So this is in turn is going to take in the item. Okay, So let's think how we can implement this, right? So firstly, whatever the user is typing is stored inside of state, that is the input, which is coming from props. So we are going to check if that particular input is present inside this place word. Okay, so that's the way we're going to implement this. So if any of the word if any of the letter matches with this place word, then we're going to show it as a suggestion, right? So I'm just going to say if the item dot place. Okay, so to access the place, it's going to be item dot place. So firstly, I'm going to convert it into lowercase. So to lowercase, and I'm going to use the includes function in JavaScript, and I'm going to check if it includes the input dot to lowercase. Okay, so if this is the case, that means we have a match. Okay, and inside the if condition, I'm going to first check if the input is null or not. So if the input is, let's say, an empty string, then in that case I'm just going to say return null. Okay, else I'm just going to say return. In this case I'm going to return a pressable. Okay, and inside the pressable it's going to have two views. So the first view is going to contain basically the image. Okay, so we're going to give it a source. So in case we have a match, we're going to show the image of that particular place. So it's going to be item dot place image, that is this image. Okay, and inside the next view it's going to have three texts. So copy this a couple of times. So the first text is going to have basically the item dot place, and this is going to have the item dot short description, and the third one is going to have basically the number of properties. Okay, so if you check out the data, so it's going to be item dot property. So since this is an array, we can calculate the length of it, right, by using the length method. So I'm going to say item dot properties dot length, like this. And for the image, let's give some style. So I'm going to say a width of 70 and a height of 70. Okay, so save the file. So let's again visualize how exactly this is going to work. So firstly, we have a flat list, and we've given the data attribute as the data itself that's coming from the props. And secondly, we have the render item method, which is going to take in the item. So firstly, we are going to check if whatever the user types, that particular character is present inside this place word or not. So to implement that, firstly, I'm accessing the item dot place. I'm firstly converting it into lowercase, both of them, and I'm checking with the help of the includes method if at all it includes whatever the user is typing. So if it includes, then we have a match. So inside, firstly, I'm checking if the input is null. If it's null, I'm just going to return nothing. Else, I'm going to return a pressable with the image as well as these three text attributes. Okay, hope you get this. So let me save the file. Okay, so now let's give it a try. Right, I'm going to type in something. So there you go. We are getting two suggestions, but the image is not coming, right? So we're going to see why exactly it's not working. Okay, so this is the place image. I think the spelling is right. Okay, the spelling of style is wrong. So style. Okay, so for the pressable, we're going to give a flex direction of row and then align items of center. Okay, so for this view, we're going to give it some style, a bit of margin left of 10, and for the pressable, some margin vertical of 10. Okay, so for the text, you're going to give it a style, a margin vertical of 4. So for the first text, we're going to say style, font size of 15, and a font weight of 500. Okay, so we're going to say 3 properties over here. So this is going to have a color of gray. So I'm going to say style, It's gonna have a color of gray and a font size of 15. Okay, so there you go, that's working absolutely fine. So as I told, we firstly entered BA. So since BA is present inside this place, that is it's getting matched with the characters over here. So for that reason, we are going to return the pressable with all of these details for that particular place. Okay, so let's say I enter some random characters, it's not going to show anything. Okay, something like this, it's not going to show anything. Okay, so I think that's it about it. So now we're going to initialize the onPress event on the pressable over here. So we're going to say onPress. Okay, so firstly we're going to say set input to whatever is the item dot place, and after that I'm going to initialize my navigation first. So I'm going to say const navigation equals to use navigation. So after we have set it, I'm going to say navigation dot navigate to the home screen, and I'm going to pass in some data, that is the place. Okay, so over here place or input, something like this. So input is going to be the item dot place. Okay, so let's save the file, and before executing this one, I'm going to initialize my root params inside my home screen and check if we are getting the correct place. So I'm going to say const root equals to use route. Okay, import it from React navigation. Okay, I hope it's not initialized already. It's not. Okay, so I'm gonna console.log the root.params over here. So I'm gonna say console.log root.params. Okay, so currently it's undefined. Let's remove the other console.logs, this one. Okay, so yeah, currently it's undefined. So if I press on this, it should navigate back to the home screen with the correct place name, right? So there you go, we are getting that. So now let's make the changes for the placeholder. It's currently enter your destination itself. So I'm going to go to the placeholder over here. So I'm going to apply the condition. You're going to say if at all we have the root.params, then in that case we need to show root.params.input. Else if you do not have that, it's just going to be enter your destination itself and in strings. So it's going to say enter your destination. Okay, so save the file, and there you go, we are getting Bangalore, right? So that's the way this thing works. Okay, so I hope you understood about the search results part as well as the implementation of the search screen. Okay, so the next thing we'll be implementing is when we press the search button, we will be navigated to the places screen where we show different property cards based on whatever the input we have selected, that is whatever the destination we have selected. Okay, so let's initialize a new screen for that now. So now I'm going to open my file tree and then create a new screen inside my screens folder. Okay, so this is going to be something called as the places screen dot js. Okay, rnfes to get the shorthand snippet, and then save the file. So now we are going to initialize firstly this screen inside the stack navigator. So I'm going to say stack.screen like this, and the name is going to be places. Okay, and the component is going to be places screen. Okay, and over here we need to show the header. So I'm just going to remove the options, and I'm going to import the places screen from the screens folder. Okay, as you can see over here. So let me save the file, and let's come back to our home screen, and let's initialize the onPress event on the search button that is present. Okay, so which is over here. So I'm going to say onPress. So I'm going to say search places, and I'm going to take in a parameter that is the root dot params dot input. Okay, so save the file. So I think already search places there, or it is not. Let's write the correct spelling. Search places. So I'm just going to define this function over here. So I'm going to say const search places equals to an arrow function. It's going to take in the place as a parameter that we chose in the destination. Okay, so firstly we are going to check if at all before pressing the search button all of these details are filled or not, that is the destination as well as selected dates. Okay, we are going to check if there is no root.params or if there is no selected dates, and if the user presses on the search button, then we need to show alert message. Okay, so I'm gonna get the alert message. So I'm gonna say alert React Native. Okay, we're gonna use a 2-box message. Yeah, the 2-button alert. So I'm gonna copy this alert message and I'm gonna paste it over here. Okay, so let's also import alert from React Native as such, like this. Okay, and let's change the messages, which says we're going to say invalid details, and for the second message we're going to say please select all the, or please enter all the details. Okay, so save the file and let's press on the search button. Currently only the destination is selected, this is not selected, right? So I'm going to press on search. Yeah, there you go. It is giving us the alert box with the correct message, invalid details. Okay, so yeah, so if we have the root params and the selected dates, then in that case I'm gonna say navigation dot navigate to the name of the screen, that is places. That is what we gave inside the stack navigator. Okay, and we're gonna pass some information to the places screen, right? So firstly we're gonna pass, let's say, the rooms. So it's gonna be the rooms itself, right? Because it is stored inside of state, that is this one. Okay, so similarly we're gonna pass adults as adults, it's also stored inside of state, and children as children. And the next thing we want is the selected dates, it's gonna be selected dates, and we want the place, right? So place is gonna be it's gonna come from the parameter. Actually you can even remove the parameter and directly access the root.params.input. Okay, you can do even that way also. So save the file. So now let's go into our places screen and let's initialize our root equals to use route, like this. And I'm gonna firstly console.log the details to check everything is coming correctly or not. So I'm gonna say console.log root.params and save the file. So now let's give it a try. Let's select some random dates and let's press on the search button so that we are navigated to the places screen, right? There you go. Yeah, and inside the places screen we are getting all the correct details, that is adults, children, place, the rooms, and the selected dates. Okay, so firstly inside the places screen we are going to make use of the use layout effect again. Okay, and I'm just going to copy the same thing from the home screen into the places screen, and let's import use effect from React over here, the use layout effect. So use layout effect. Okay, and we need to initialize the navigation as well. So I'm going to say const navigation equals to use navigation. Okay, so we do not want the header right part over here, so let's remove that out. And this is gonna be I guess it's gonna be popular places. Okay, so instead of booking.com it's gonna be popular places. Okay, something like this, and let's save the file. So there you go, you can see that working. So the first thing inside this popular places screen is to design the top part, which has 3 implementations, that is the sort, filter, and the map. Okay, so let's do that. So firstly after the view I'm gonna render my pressable imported from React Native. So this pressable is the outer pressable. This in turn is gonna have 3 children. So this is the first pressable, and I'm gonna copy this a couple of times. Okay, so each of the pressable is gonna have a icon and the text attribute. Okay, so firstly let's get the icon. So I'm gonna go over here and search for arrow switch. Okay, this one from opti icon. So import the icon family first, and then let's paste that inside our places screen, and let's render the component, okay, inside the first pressable over here. And after this we have is a text which says sort, right? So save the file. So let's pretty much copy this a couple of times and then later make the changes. Okay, so now for the outer pressable we are going to give the style. So I'm going to say style, we're going to say flex direction of row, and then align items of center and justify content of space between. Okay, and I'm also going to give some padding horizontal to this. Let's say 20, and some internal spacing of 12, that is padding of 12. Okay, so just format it, and I'm going to give a background color of white. Okay, there you go. So now for each of the pressable I'm going to give the style. So I'm going to say a flex direction of row, align items of center, right? And let's decrease the font size 22 of the icon. And for the text I'm going to say a font size of 15 and a font weight of bold, not bold, let's give it 500, and a bit of margin left, or 8. Yeah, that's looking good. I think the color of the icon is should be gray, so let's make it gray. Okay, and yeah, let's pretty much copy the same thing for all of the remaining pressables, so the styles get applied. And for the pressable, let's copy the styles for all of the remaining ones. Okay, yeah, that's looking good. So now we need to make the changes, right? So we're going to choose the second icon, that's going to be the filter icon. So let's search for filter. Okay, so I think it's going to be the one with 3 lines. I think it's going to be this one from iron icon. So let's copy that out, and let's copy the render component code as well, and I'm going to paste it over here. Okay, so this should be 22 and it's going to be gray. Okay, yeah, that's looking better. So instead of sort, this is going to say filter. Okay, so for the final one we're going to search is the map icon. So I'm going to say map. So you can render, let's say, this one itself. Okay, copy the render component code and then paste it for the final pressable over here. So make this 22 and this is going to be gray, right? Save the file, and instead of sort it's going to be map. So I'm going to say map like this. Yeah, I think that's looking better. So the next thing is, after this we're going to initialize our scroll view. So I'm going to say scroll view, import it from React Native, and I'm gonna give this a background color. Okay, so let's say background color, it's gonna be this color code, that is F5. Okay, I think it's not applied, I'm not sure why. Okay, so after this, inside the scroll view we're gonna render all of these places, right? So for that we'll be needing our data again. So I'm gonna copy the data that we have inside our, I think, places screen. So pretty much, was it there inside the search results or the places screen? Yeah, it's there inside the search screen. So pretty much copy this data and then come back to our places screen, and then paste it over here. Okay, so we are gonna say, so with this data we are gonna show the property cards, right? So over here we have the entire data, that is we have the data for all of the places, right? But we only want the properties of the place that we selected from the previous screen, right? So currently we have selected it as Bangalore. Okay, so we only want this properties array from this entire data list, right? So firstly we are going to make use of the filter method, and we'll filter out this particular object. So currently if you notice, we have two objects inside of the data list array. So the first object is the place of Bangalore, and the second object is with this place, but we do not want this place, right? We only want the properties of this particular place. So we'll be applying the filter method on this data array, and then we'll be removing out this one. Okay, so let's do that inside the scroll view. So let's just make this small. Okay, so let's come to the scroll view, and I'm gonna say if the data is present dot filter. So for each and every item I only want the data which matches this condition. So the condition is going to be the item dot place should be equal to the root dot params dot place. Okay, so this root dot param dot place is coming from the previous screen, as you can see this value. Okay, I'm going to check it with the place. I only want the first object, right? So by applying this filter method I will get the first object, that is this one. So from the first object I need further the properties, right? So again I'm going to apply the map function on this. So I'm going to say dot map, and for each and every item I'm going to say item dot properties. Okay, so since the properties is an array, we can map over it, and I'm going to say item dot properties dot map for each and every property and the index. Okay, let's format it once. So for each and every property and index I'm going to return a whole new property card, right? So for that reason I'm going to create a new property card. So this is going to be property card dot js inside the components folder, and I'm going to say rnfes to get the shorthand snippet. Save the file, and over here I'm going to say property card. Okay, so I think we have a error with the brackets, so let's look into that. I think they should have come after this, right? So let's do Control C. Okay, so basically after mapping over it I'm going to return the property card. Yeah, I think now it should work properly. Okay, so let's save the file. Yeah, so now it's working absolutely fine. So since we have three properties, okay, inside of our properties array, so this is the first object, this is the second object, this is the third object, and our array is completed, right? So let's understand again what exactly is happening. So I have imported the entire data, that is the list of all the places that we have. Okay, but we only want the place that we selected previously, right, inside our destination, that is this place we selected. Okay, so for that we are gonna make use of the filter method, and we're gonna filter out this entire object. Okay, so to do that I have applied the filter condition such that we're going to say item dot place should be equal to the root dot params dot place. We need only that particular information, so we are getting this object for that, this entire object. Okay, so further inside this object we are interested in the properties, right? So again after applying the filter method I'm applying the map method, and for each item inside that particular object I want the properties, and for each, so again properties is an array, right? So for so properties is going to have different kind of objects. So for each kind of object I'm going to return a whole new property card, as you can see, right? So currently inside the property card we just have a text which says property card. So for that reason, you're able to see 3 times property card, right? So hopefully that should be understood. So for the property card, I'm gonna pass in some props, right? So I'm gonna say rooms. It's gonna be root.params.rooms. Okay, and I'm gonna also pass the key. So the key is gonna be the index. Okay, so after the rooms, I'm gonna pass in the children. So this also is present inside our root.params. So I'm just gonna say root.params.children. Okay, so similarly, I'm gonna do that for other attributes as well. So root.params.adults. Okay, so furthermore, we need to pass the selected dates. It's gonna be the root.params.selected dates, and after that we're gonna pass the property itself, right? So this is coming from over here from the map method. So I'm gonna say property equals to property, and after that we also need the available rooms, right? So I'm gonna say available rooms equals to, so if you check out the properties array, there is something called as, okay, so for the first object you can see we have the photos, we have the rooms. So to access the rooms, it's gonna be property.rooms, right? So for that reason, I'm gonna say property.rooms. So property.rooms. Okay, so save the file. Right, so the next thing we're going to do is we're going to style out each property card. So let's go into a property card. Okay, so firstly we're going to make use of, let's say, a pressable instead of this text. I'm going to say pressable. So for the pressable, I'm going to give some margin, that is external spacing. So margin of 15. I'm going to say a flex direction of row and a background color of white. Okay, so save the file. Okay, so now we're gonna design all of this, right? So firstly, this pressable is gonna have 2 views inside of it. So the first view is gonna contain the image, and the second view is gonna contain the right part of the container, right? So I'm gonna call the image tag, import it from React Native like this. It's gonna take in the source. Okay, so the URI, so this is gonna be, okay, so firstly let's access all of our details. So we need to access the rooms children as props. I'm going to destructure it. It's going to be rooms children property. Okay, after property we have adults and selected dates and then available rooms. Okay, I think only these many are there. Okay, cool. So the next thing is, so for the URI, so if you check out the properties array, so to access this image, it's going to be property.image, right? So I'm going to say URI property.image. So I'm going to initialize my width and height over here with the help of the dimensions. So I'm going to say const width comma height equals to dimensions imported from React Native, and I'm going to say dimension.get of the window. Okay, so for the style property of the image, I'm going to say style. So for the height, I'm going to say height by 4. Okay, so this might vary in some devices. Okay, so it might happen in such a way that the image might come a bit short comparing to the entire container, and in some devices it's gonna, in most of the devices it's gonna come fully to the it's gonna cover the entire container, right? So for the width, I'm gonna give a width minus 280. Okay, so save the file. So there you go. Okay, so in this device we can, see the image covering the entire container, whereas in few other devices it might fall short. It might only come over here itself. Okay, that's fine, not to worry about that. So the next thing we'll be looking into is we'll be starting with the right part of the design. So I'm gonna come to the second view over here, and I'm gonna initialize another view. So this is gonna contain the text. So to access the name, it's going to be property.name. Okay, and it's going to have another icon, that is the heart icon. So I think let's get that real quick. So the first one from and design, copy the import icon family, and then render component code. We're gonna paste it over here. Okay, so for this view, I'm gonna say style of flex direction of row, and then align items of center, justify of space between. Okay, so we're gonna give a specific width to this style. I mean, for the name of the property, we're gonna say a width of, let's say, 200. Okay, yeah, I think 200 should do good. And we're gonna give some internal spacing of padding of 10 for the entire second part of the container, the right side of the container. Okay, yeah, I think it's looking better. Yeah, so the color of red should be given to the icon, right? So the next thing is we are gonna initialize our second view, okay, which is gonna have the star icon, the rating, and a different style, right? So again, we have I think it's better to get the icon first, right? So let's do that. So I'm gonna say star icon. So I'm gonna use this one from material icons. So firstly, let's import the icon family as such, like this, and copy the render component code. We're gonna paste it over here. Okay, and after that we have is the rating with the text attribute. So it's gonna be property dot rating. Okay, and finally we have is another view which is gonna have a text which says genius level, something like this, and I'm gonna give the style for the outer view. Okay, so it's gonna have a background color. Okay, so let me just look into the color code. It's gonna be 6C, a B4EE, a bit of internal spacing of 4, and a border radius of 5, and a width of 100. Okay, there you go. And for the outer view, which contains 3 children, that is the icon, the text, and this view, I'm gonna give this styling. You're gonna say flex direction of row, align items of center, and a bit of gap of 6. Okay, so let's I think this part is not looking that good. Let's give the margin top for the outer view of 5. Yeah, so for this padding, let's remove the padding and see. Okay, firstly let's give text align of center. Okay, and we're gonna give it a color of white and a font size of 15. Okay, so let's give some padding vertical over here of, let's say, 3. Yeah, I think that's looking okay. Yeah, so after that we have is the address attribute. So it's gonna come over here. I'm gonna say text. So it's gonna be property. So firstly I'm gonna check the length. If it's greater than 50 or something like that, I'm gonna concatenate it, or I'm gonna use a substring method. So okay, so I'm gonna say property dot address dot length. If it is greater than, let's say, 50, then I'm gonna say property dot address dot substring. I just want the first 50 characters. In case if it is less than 50, then just show all of the characters inside the property dot address. So save the file, and let's give this a specific width. So I'm gonna say a width of 150. Okay, or we can go till 190, I guess, or we can give 200. Yeah, cool. So we're gonna give this margin top of 4, and I'm gonna give it a color of gray, like this. Okay, let's increase the margin top to 6, and color should be gray. and I'm gonna give a font weight of bold to this. Okay. Let's increase the width to 210. Yeah, I think that's looking better. Okay, so the next thing after the address we have is price for, one night and two adults. So again, we have a text attribute for that as well. So I'm going to format once. So after this text, I'm going to say one more text. So it's going to be price for. Okay, so let's implement in such a way that like how many ever adults they have selected, we're going to show that. Or yeah, I think let's implement in that way. So I'm going to say price for one night and adults. Okay, save the file, and we're gonna give a margin top to this of, let's say, 4. Okay, so now let's also give the font size to be 15 and font weight to be 500. Okay, so font size 15. Yeah, so after this we're gonna show the price points. Okay, so I'm gonna say view. We're gonna show two texts. So the first text is gonna say property dot old price. Okay, into, I'm just gonna multiply with the number of adults, how many ever are there, right? So save the file, and if it is only one adult, it's gonna be this particular price itself. Okay, so the next thing is property dot new price multiplied for the adults. Okay, so I'm gonna give the style for this view a bit of margin top, and I'm gonna say a flex direction of row, align items of center, and a gap of 8. Okay, so for the text, I'm gonna say style, so color of red and a font size of 18, and text decoration style. Okay, so is it dotted? Nope, I think there is some other style for this. Text decoration line. Yeah, this is the one. Text decoration line through. Okay, there you go. And for, let's copy the same thing for the second text as well, and then later make the changes. So the color is going to be black for this, and there is no text decoration line. Okay, let's apply the rupees over here for the second text. Okay, cool. So after that we have is another view which contains two pieces of text. So I'm going to say text over here, so it's going to say deluxe room, and the second piece of text we have is hotel room and one bed, something like this. Save the file. So for this view, let's give the style. We're going to give a margin top of 6, and for all of the text we're going to increase the font size to be 16, and we're going to give a color of gray. Copy the same piece of styling for the second text as well. Okay, so after that we have the final thing which says the limited time deal. So for that also I'm going to initialize the view, and I'm going to write the text which says limited time deal. Okay, so I'm going to copy the same piece of styling that we gave to the genius level view, that is this style, and I'm going to paste it over here. So the width I'm going to give is 120, and the color is, it's going to be 60, 82b6. Okay, so for the text color, I'm gonna give it white. So I'm gonna say style text align of center, color of white. Okay, and some padding horizontal. Okay, I think we should give it to the view. Or let's increase the width to be 150. Yeah, I think that's looking better. And let's give it a margin top as well. Okay, let's not give the margin top because the image is coming short. So let's keep it to be 3 and padding vertical to be 2. Okay, and a slight margin top is required. Let's say 2. Yeah, I think that's looking better. Okay, so I think that's it about each of the property card, right? So now the next thing we're going to implement is the sort method. Okay, so let's look into that. So for the sort method, firstly let's initialize our bottom model. Okay, so that's going to come, let's say, after the scroll view. So I'm going to say bottom model, import it from React Native models. Okay, so we're going to give some options as we have done previously. So I'm going to say swipe threshold, it's going to be 200, and then we have the footer. So this is going to take in a component called as modal footer and import it from React Native models. Okay, so this in turn is going to take in pressable. Okay, we're going to give the text inside the pressable. So this is going to be a text which says apply, and I'm going to give some style to the pressable. I'm going to say padding horizontal or padding right of 10 and a margin left of auto and a margin right of auto and margin vertical of 10. Okay, so now let's also copy the other details from the previous model that we initialized, that's there inside the home screen. Okay, so let's search for bottom model. Okay, let's copy the on backdrop press, the swipe direction, and paste it over here. So firstly let's initialize a state as well, that is for the model visible and set visible. So I'm going to say const modal visible comma set modal visible equals to the use state, and initially it's going to be false. Let's import use state from React as such, like this. Okay, and after that we have implemented the footer. We need the modal title as well as the modal animation and all these details as well. So I'm going to come over here and paste it after the footer. Okay, so let's import this new slide animation from the React Native modals. Let's import modal title. So this title is going to be sort and filter. Okay, and on hardware backpress we're going to set it to be the opposite of modal visible, and visible is going to be modal visible, and on touch outside we're going to set the modal visible to be the opposite of modal visible. Okay, so save the file. Okay, and inside the bottom modal we're going to initialize our modal content. So we're going to give some height and width to the modal content. So I'm going to say width is going to be of 100%, and we're going to give a height of, let's say, 280. Okay, and inside the modal content I'm going to initialize my view. So this view is going to contain 2 of the views. So towards the left part we just have the title, and towards the right part you can see all of the filters. Okay, so let's save the file and let us just try to open up the modal. So where we have our sort button, we are going to go to the pressable and initialize a onPress event on it, and I'm going to say set modal visible like this to the opposite of whatever is modal visible. So at the initial state it is false, so it's going to be true, right, whenever we press on the sort button. So let's check that out, and there you go, you are able to see the modal. Okay, so now let's just start styling the modal, right? That is basically the modal content, the left part and the right part. So the left part is basically going to contain only the text which says sort, and we're going to give it some style. Okay, let's open up the modal and then make the changes. So we're going to say, firstly, for the view, it's going to be a flex selection of row. Okay, and for this I'm going to give a bit of margin vertical of 10, and I'm going to give a flex of 2, and again a height of 280. Yeah, so let's save that out, and I'm going to give the border right width 1. Okay, so currently it's being seen over here. So let's start even writing our contents inside the second view. So firstly I'm going to give a flex of 3 to this, so it takes up maximum space. Okay, so there you go. So two units of space for the left part and 3 units of space for the right part. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is we're going to text align center for this particular sort text. I'm going to say text align center, and let's give it a light border color. So I'm going to say border color, it's going to be this color. Okay, yeah, I think that's looking better. So over here let me just get the filters array. Okay guys, I've just pasted the filters array. So basically it's an array of objects. Okay, so we have basically 2 objects with a unique ID and the filter name. Okay, so we are going to map through this inside the second part of the view, that is over here. So I'm just going to say filters dot map for each filter and the index. I'm going to return a whole new pressable. So I'm going to say pressable. So inside the pressable, first thing we're going to have is the icon. Okay, so that icon is going to be a kind of a dot. So let's search for that. It's like an open circle. Okay, so let's hopefully get that icon. Yeah, so it's this one from ntypo. So just import the icon family for now and paste it over here, and copy the render component code, and we're going to paste it over here, the first thing inside the pressable. Okay, and after that we have the text which is going to show the filter.name. Okay, I suppose that's the correct spelling, filter dot. Okay, it's going to be filter.filter. So filter.filter, and save the file. Okay, so as you can see we have 2 things, that is cost low to high and then cost high to low, right? So we're going to give the key to this pressable, so it's going to be index. Okay, let's decrease the font size of this, let's keep it to be 18. It's looking a bit large. And for this view, that is the outer view, we're going to give a margin of 10, that is a bit of external spacing. Okay, and after that let's start styling out the pressable. So I'm going to say style flex selection of row, align items of center. Okay, and we're going to give it a bit of margin vertical of 10. And for the text, that is a filter, I'm going to say style, a font size of 16 and a font weight of, let's say, 500. Okay, so let's give it a bit of margin left since it's almost touching the icon. of 6. Okay, yeah, I think that's looking good. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to initialize the state for the filter. Okay, so I'm going to say const selected filter comma set selected filter equals to use state. So at the initial state, I'm just gonna pass nothing. It's gonna be empty. Okay, so whenever we press on any one of the this pressable, any one of the filter, we're gonna set it to that particular filter. So I'm gonna say on press, taking a function, and I'm gonna say set selected filter to the filter.filter. Okay, I think I should have changed the name. Okay, so let's just make this as item over here. Okay, so this is gonna be item.filter, and wherever we have item, so this also is gonna be item.filter. Okay, save the file. Yeah, so the next thing is whenever any one of the filter is selected, this should be filled, right? So we're gonna apply a condition and then we're gonna implement that. Okay, so I'm gonna say if the selected filter dot includes, I'm gonna make use of the JavaScript includes function, and I'm gonna check if we have the item dot filter. Okay, then in that case we're gonna show a different icon, else we're gonna show this itself. Okay, so okay, if it includes, we're gonna show different icon, that is the circle with a filled color. So I think that's gonna be from in typo, I guess, or font awesome. Let's look into it. Let's search for circle filled. Yeah, this one from font awesome. So let's just import the icon family, and I'm gonna paste it over here. Okay, copy the render component code. Okay, so let's make this color as green. Okay, cannot read a property includes of undefined. Okay, so let's check out our state first. Okay, so when we add or select a filter, it should be inside of an array. So then only I think the includes function is going to work. So save the file, start it out from the beginning. Okay, so select any random dates, and I'm going to search for it, open up the sort. Okay, yes, so now it's working absolutely fine. Okay, so let's even decrease the font size of this as well. So it's going to be again 18. Okay, so if I press on this, now this is selected and this is selected. Okay, yeah, I think that's looking better. So now we need to for the apply button, it's almost touching the bottom part. So let's give some margin bottom to this. So I'm gonna say margin bottom of 20. Okay, I think that's looking better. Now 30. Yeah, I think 30 is looking better. Okay, so that's it. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to apply on press function on this button whenever we press on apply. So I'm going to say apply filter of the selected filter. Okay, so this is the function that we are going to define. So I'm going to just copy this. I'm going to define this function right at the top. Okay, that is over here. So I'm going to say const apply filter equals to, this is going to take in a filter as a parameter, and over here we're going to define like how exactly we want to implement the sort cases, right? So basically for this we'll be making use of the switch case and then implementing this. Okay, so I'm going to apply my switch condition over here. So I'm going to say switch of filter. Okay, so before this, when we press on the apply button, firstly we need to close the modal, right? So I'm going to say set modal visible to be false. Okay, so now let's start writing our switch, I mean our cases. So the first case I'm gonna choose is, let's say this one, cost high to low. Okay, just copy that out and paste it over here. Okay, so the way we implement this is we're going to use the same data that we have. Okay, so this data list is containing all of the places along with all of its properties, but we are only interested in the properties of that place that we selected at the home screen in the initial stage, right? So for that reason, I'm just going to make use of a constant variable. So I'm going to say const search places equals to data dot filter. I'm going to say item dot places should be equal to the root dot params dot place. Okay, the same condition that we applied over here while we filtered the data, the same thing I've written it. Okay, so now I'm just going to console.log the search places. Okay, so essentially this should give us an array, as you can see. Okay, so this array has only the place that we have selected along with its properties. You can check that out. Okay, so let's come into our case. I'm going to say search places dot map for every value. Okay, I want to access the properties, so we only want to handle the properties first, and we have to sort the properties based on the new price, and then we need to shuffle the property cards based on whatever filter we have applied, correct? So now we're going to come over here. I'm going to apply the sort method on this, and for the sort method I'm going to provide a compare function. Okay, so this sort is basically the built-in JavaScript method, and to this I'm going to provide the compare function, which I'm going to define it over here. So I'm going to say const compare equals to an arrow function like this. We're going to define it pretty soon. So this sort function is going to work correctly for strings or alphabets. It's going to sort it in the alphabetical order, whereas it's going to error out for the numbers. Okay, so to prevent that, I'm going to provide the compare function to the sort method. Okay, so after this, let's initialize our state for the sorted data first. So I'm going to say const sorted data comma set sorted data equals to use state, and to the use state I'm going to provide an initial data like this. So this data is coming from over here. This contains our entire data. Where did that go? Yeah, this one. So if you would remember, in the previous stage when we rendered our property cards, we have mapped through the data, right? So now currently this data is present inside of our state, that is this one. So essentially we can just use this sorted data and map over it. Okay, nothing should change even if I save the file. Okay, yeah, so after this, okay, so after executing this piece of code, that is after whatever this function has executed, we're going to say set the sorted data to be the search places, and after that we're going to break from this particular case. Okay, and the next thing we're going to do is I'm going to write in the second case. So this is going to be a low to high, so copy that out like this. So again I'm going to say search places dot map for every value, access the properties and sort it. So for this I'm going to provide a new function name. I'm going to say comparison. Okay, so I'm pretty much going to copy this out and paste it over here. So this one is going to be comparison. Okay, so after executing this piece of code, we're going to say set sorted data to be the search places. Okay, and after that we're going to break from that particular case. Okay, so let's define our compare function. So just make sure how exactly the compare function works. Okay, it's pretty simple. It's going to take in two values, that is a and b. Okay, we're going to apply the condition such that we're going to say if a dot new price, okay, is greater than b dot new price, then we're going to return -1. Else if a dot new price is less than b dot new price, we're going to return 1, else we're just going to return 0. Okay, so pretty much copy this condition and then just change the sign. It should work. Okay, for the second case, that is low to high, so I'm just going to change the sign. This should be greater, and return 0 would be common for both. Okay, so hopefully essentially everything should work now. So let me save the file. So currently we have given low to high, right? So let's press on the apply button. Okay, A doesn't exist because we have not taken the parameter over here. So I'm going to say sort firstly from low to high, apply. So there you go. All of the property cards have been sorted from low to high. So 6156, 6624 and 6654. So let's sort it from high to low, the second case, and then apply. So there you go, 6654, 6624 and then 6156. Okay, so that's the way the sort method works. So the next thing we'll be looking into is the map screen. Okay, so firstly let's create our map screen. So let's open up our file tree first. Okay, and then create a new screen, that is our map screen .js. So I'm going to say rnfes to get the shorthand snippet. And the next step is to include a map screen inside our stack navigator. So I'm going to say stack.screen. So the name is going to be map, and the component is going to be our map screen. Okay, import it from the screens folder like this and save the file. Okay, so let's come back to our places screen. So where we have this particular pressable, I'm going to initialize the on press event on that is over here. So I'm going to say on press, it's going to take in a function. I'm going to say navigation dot navigate to the name of the screen, that is map, and I'm going to pass in certain information, that is the search results itself. It's going to be search results. Either search places or search results. Yeah, it's going to be search places, not search results. Okay, copy that, and yeah, that's correctly done. So save the file. Okay, so let's go check that out. So for the map screen, I think we do not want the header, right? So let's remove that out. Let's provide some options. Copy this options and paste it over here. Okay, so inside the map screen, firstly let's check out if we are getting any information or not. So const route equals to use route, import it from React Native as such, and I'm going to say console.log root.params. Okay, yeah, so there you go, everything is coming correctly. So firstly let's install a package, that is React Native Maps. So I'm going to say yarn add React Native Maps. So let's just check if the spelling is correct. So I'm going to search for React Native Maps, first link. Okay, yeah, that's correct, React Native Maps. So I'm just going to press on enter, and we're going to make use of something called as the map view, right? So we're going to do that inside our view. So I'm going to say map view imported from React Native Maps. So for the map view, firstly we're going to give a reference. So for that I'm going to create a reference. So I'm going to say const map view equals to use ref, and initially I'm going to point it to null. Okay, so we're going to say reference is going to be map view, and then we're going to give the style to it. So style is of course going to be a width of 100% and a height of 100% as well. So let's initialize our coordinates, that is basically the initial region for now. So I'm just going to copy this out and paste it over here. I think we just need to copy this object, right? So paste it over here. and save the file. Hopefully we should be seeing the map screen. Okay, useref is not defined, so use ref from React. Okay, let's enter our destination, select the dates and press on search the map screen, and there you go, we are able to see the map, right? So now inside the map view, I'm gonna say firstly root dot params dot search results. So let's check if the spelling is right for search results. Okay, so root dot params dot search results dot map. For every item, I'm gonna say item dot get into the properties array. So item dot properties dot map. So for each and every property, I'm gonna return basically a marker, right? So I'm gonna say marker like this. Okay, so the marker is gonna take in the coordinate, that is compulsory, you have to give that. So firstly we're gonna give the title to the marker, so it's gonna have a title of property.name, and the next thing it's gonna have is the coordinate. So let's check out the correct spelling. So if you check out the marker over here, so there you go, we need to provide the coordinate and it should be in the form of this, that is latitude and then longitude. Okay, so I'm gonna pass it over here. So the coordinate like this, and it's going to take in an object. So the first one is going to be latitude. So latitude is going to be firstly number, we're going to convert it into number. So if you check out the data inside the places screen, the latitude is in the form of a string, right? Even the longitude is in the form of a string. So firstly we're going to convert it into number, and it's going to be property dot latitude. Okay, so for longitude it's just going to be the similar thing. So we're going to say longitude, it's going to be firstly converted into a number and property dot longitude. Okay, so hopefully let's save the file and marker is imported. Okay, so let's remove this initial region, that's not required for now. We should just be seeing the markers as of now. Okay, nothing is seen, right? Okay, so let's just start the app from the beginning and let's check it out. So let's enter the destination real quick and the dates. Okay, and search for it. So map, yeah, so there you go. So can you see pretty much we have three markers that is present, and you can even check out the names if you press on it, right? So now for the markers, inside the markers I'm going to initialize my pressable and import it from React Native, and this is going to contain a text attribute which is going to say the property dot new price. Okay, so for the pressable I'm going to give the style, that is a background color firstly. So I'm going to say background color. Let's just copy this from the use effect, I mean the use layout effect from the home screen, because we are just using the same kind of background color. So if you check that out, the use layout effect, okay, so the same blue color, and a bit of padding horizontal as well, horizontal of 7, and a padding vertical of 4, and border radius of 4. Okay, so for the text I'm just going to say style of font size of 15, a color of white, and text align center. Okay, and I'm gonna say font weight, it's gonna be bold. Okay, let me save the file. Okay, I think we need to start the app from the beginning to refresh it. Okay, so let's start it out from the beginning so that we can see the refreshed changes, right? So I'm going to say booking project, enter the details quickly. Okay, and select in the dates and search. So there you go. So we pretty much have all of the details, that is in the form of the pressable with the background color being applied, right? So now we're going to make use of something called as fit to coordinates, and we're going to give a basic edge padding to the entire map. So for that, we'll be basically making use of the use effect. So before that we need to initialize our coordinates. This should be an array, basically initially an empty array, and I'm going to say const details equals to root dot params dot search results dot map. So for each and every item, I'm just gonna say item dot properties dot map. So for each and every property inside of it, I'm just gonna say coordinates dot push the latitude. So firstly we're gonna convert it into number again, so it's gonna be prop dot latitude, and we're gonna say longitude, again we're gonna convert it into number, and it's gonna be prop dot longitude. Okay, so this coordinates is useful when we initialize our use effect, and it's gonna be as a parameter to the fit to coordinates method. So I'm gonna initialize my use effect now. Okay, I just want this use effect to run only once, so I'm just providing an empty dependency array. So let's import the use effect from React and remove this piece of code. Okay, so firstly I'm going to say map view dot current, and I'm going to say fit to coordinates. So this in turn is going to take in the coordinates that we have, that is inside of an array, and over here we're going to provide something called as the edge padding. This also is going to be the object. So over here we're going to provide all the different kind of values. So I'm going to say top of 190, left of 190, and a bottom of 190, and I think the next thing is right of 190, right? So let me save the file. Okay, we have an error, item doesn't exist. Okay, where is that coming from? Okay, we have not written the arrow correctly. So item dot properties dot map, and for each prop we're just pushing into the coordinates array. Okay, so hopefully this time it should work. So let's add in the destination and select our dates and search for it. So let's go to the map, and there you go. So the edge padding has been applied. So previously we were from a far view, right? That is from the outside view. So now after applying this fit to coordinates method, that is we have applied a padding of 190 from the top, left, bottom, and then right. Okay, so that is by the help of the fit to coordinates method. So this in turn is going to take in the coordinates array. So to get the coordinates array, I've initialized an empty array first, and with the help of the mapping from the search results and then mapping further through the properties, I've just pushed in the latitude and the longitude details after converting it into a number. Okay, so I think that's it about the map. So the next thing we'll be looking into is the property info screen. Okay, so that is when we press on the property card, we're gonna firstly get into a new screen and then show all of the details of that particular property. Okay, so let's do that part. So firstly let's create a screen for that, that is the property info screen. Okay, so I'm going to open my file tree first and then create a new screen over here inside my screens folder. That is the property info screen .js. Okay, rnfes to get the shorthand snippet. Save the file and let's initialize this screen inside our stack navigator. So I'm going to say stack.screen. So the name is going to be info. Component is going to be property info screen, imported from the screens folder. And over here we are going to give the options, that is we need to see the header over here, right? So I'm going to save the file and then start the app from the beginning. Okay, so firstly let's go into our property card, and whenever we press on this pressable, we're going to send some information to the info screen, right? So let's add in the destination quick. Okay, so over here let's initialize on press event, and let's initialize the navigation first. So I'm going to say const navigation equals to use navigation, imported from React navigation, and I'm going to say navigation dot navigate to the info screen, and I'm going to pass a set of information. Okay, so first one we need is the name, so it's going to be property dot name. We need the access to rating, it's going to be property dot rating. We need the old price as well as the new price. Okay, so it's going to be property dot old price. For new price is going to be property dot new price. We have the photos, so photos is also present in the form of an array inside of the properties. So I'm going to say property dot photos. Okay, and then we have the access to rooms as well inside the properties, so I'm going to say property dot rooms. Then we need the access to the number of adults, so this is coming from the props itself, so I'm going to say adults. And the next thing we want is, okay, why is it erroring out? Okay, we have not put the comma. Okay, so the next thing we have is children. After that we need access to rooms, so it's going to be rooms. And then we have is all of our dates, right? So it's going to be selected dates. Okay, I think that's it. So let's save the file and let's come into our property screen. Firstly, let's make use of a safe area view and let's use it instead of the normal view over here. Okay, and let's try to access our route param. So I'm going to say const route equals to use route, imported from React navigation, and I'm going to say console.log of route.params like this. Okay, and let's save the file. So now let's give it a try. So let's press on the first property. Okay, so there you go, and hopefully we should get all of the details. So let's check out our console. Yeah, so we have all of our details, that is the adults, children, name, new price, old price, all of our photos and rating, and the rooms and selected dates. Okay, so whatever we have passed from the previous screen, we are getting it over here. So firstly let's design the top header part. So I'm just going to copy the use layout effect from the home screen and make the changes. So pretty much copy this out, come to the property info screen, paste it over here, import the use layout effect from React, and we do not want the header, right? So let's just remove that off. Okay, so the heading is gonna be, okay, it's gonna be this heading. Okay, so basically the title is gonna be the root dot params dot name. Okay, why is it heading out? Or should it be in the form of backticks? Let's give that a try. So it's gonna be root dot params dot name. Okay, so save the file. Can't find navigation, so I'm gonna say const navigation equals to use navigation. Okay, so let's quickly do this part. Okay, so there you go, we have the hotel name and we are able to go back itself. Okay, so no need of rendering the icon. So the next thing over here is inside the safe area view, we are going to initialize our scroll view. Okay, so the first thing inside the scroll view is that we have different sets of images. So to design this image, firstly I'm going to initialize a component, okay, so that we can use a function. Okay, so I'm gonna make use of a new component. I'm gonna say normalize. So this I'm just gonna use it to style the images so that it is responsive in all of our devices. Okay, so inside the normalize.js method, I'm gonna firstly import my dimensions and the platform, and we also need the pixel ratio. Okay, so as I told, this is only for the styling of the images, whatever we initialize inside of our scroll view. Okay, so just I'm gonna write the function over here, not React Native types, just React Native. Okay, we have the dimensions, platform, and the pixel ratio. So firstly, I'm gonna say const width equals to the screen width. We're gonna equate it to the dimension dot get of the window. Okay, so after that I'm going to initialize my scale. So I'm going to say const scale equals to the screen width divided by 360. Okay, then we're going to initialize our function. We're going to export it as well. I'm going to say export function. The function name is going to be pixel normalize. Okay, so this is going to take in a size. So this size is whatever value we give inside of our style property, okay, when we initialize our image tag. So I'm going to say pixel normalize of size. So over here I'm going to say const new size equals to the size multiplied by the scale. Okay, so we're going to apply the condition and check if the platform dot os equals to, let's say firstly for iOS, then in that case I'm going to return the math dot round of the pixel ratio dot rounds to the nearest pixel of whatever the new size is. Okay, else, not over here, I'm going to say else, I'm going to say math dot round to the pixel ratio, math round pixel ratio dot around to nearest pixel ratio of new size -2. Okay, so we have exported this function, so save the file. So I'm going to use this function and I'm going to provide a particular size or a height whenever we initialize our image tag. Okay, so inside the scroll view, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to initialize my pressable first. So here I'm going to say access the root dot params dot photos, which is an array. So currently I need only 5 photos, right? So if you would remember, inside the photos array we have exactly 10 photos. So I'm going to say root dot param dot photos. I'll be making use of the slice method. Okay, I just want the first 5. Okay, so I'm passing 0,5, and after this I'm going to say dot map for each photo. I'm basically returning a view. Okay, so inside the view I'm going to initialize my image tag. Okay, so firstly let's import image from React Native as such, like this. Okay, so the image is going to take in the source. So I'm going to say source, which in turn is going to take in the URI. So it's going to be photo dot image, right? So let's give the style for this. I'm going to say style. So I'm going to give a specific width, that is 120. And for the height, I'll be making use of the pixel normalize function that we initialized in this component. So I'm just gonna say pixel normalize, import it from the components folder like this. Okay, I'm gonna give a specific height to it, that is of 80, and I'm gonna give it a slight border radius. I'm gonna say border radius. Again, it's gonna be pixel normalize. I'm gonna use the function again. It's gonna be 4. Okay, so let me just save the file, and as you can see, we are able to see that images, right? So let's give a specific width, and before that, for the pressable, I'm gonna give a specific style. So I'm gonna say a flex direction of row and a flex wrap of wrap and a bit of external spacing, that is a margin of 10. And I'm also gonna give some margin to the view, a margin of 6. Okay, so let me just save the file, and there you go. So flex wrap, what it does is, as soon as it reaches the end part of the container, it comes to the next line and covers the next images. Okay, so the next thing we have is, I'm just gonna show this text which says show more. That's gonna come after this part. Okay, so I'm gonna initialize, let's say, a pressable for that with a text which says show more. Okay, so I'm gonna say style. So firstly, I'm gonna say align items of center, justify content of center. So for the text, let's give in some style, that is text line of center. Okay, and let's give it a bit of margin left of 20. Okay, so I'm gonna save the file first. Okay, so I've not implemented this show more. Okay, so you can just initialize on press event and initialize a whole new screen, and then map over all of these photos, and give all the photos. Instead of making use of the slice method, you can just map over it and display it. Okay, so that's gonna be pretty easy. So the next thing after this is, we have the hotel name coming up. So after the pressable, I'm gonna say a view. So inside this view, I'm going to initialize one more view. It's going to have a text attribute. So I'm going to say root.params.name. Okay, there you go. So for this view, I'm going to give a margin horizontal of 12. Okay, so after this text, for the bottom part, we have is the rating and the icon. Okay, so I think we have already done that in the property part. Okay, so I'm just gonna get that. Okay, so inside the property card, let's search for the rating. That is this one. So pretty much copy this view, and inside the property info screen, paste it over here. Okay, so let's import also the material icons. So let's pretty much import the icon family like this, and I'm gonna paste it over here. Okay, let's see if anything else is required. So I think it's gonna be root.params.rating. Okay, save the file. There you go, you can see that coming. So let's give this a green color first. The icon, it's currently in black. Okay, so the same thing I'm going to give over here as well. Okay, so let's increase the font size for the text, right? I'm going to say style, a font size of 17 and a font weight of bold. Okay, I think the font size is a bit more. Let's keep it to be 25. Yeah, I think that's looking better. Let's give some margin top to this of 10. Okay, and for the second part we have is another view which is going to contain a text which says travel sustainable. Okay, so for the outer view which contains these two views, I'm gonna give a flex direction of row and then align items of center. and justify content of space between. Okay, so I'm gonna give a basic background color for this one. I'm gonna say background color. So the background color is gonna be 17 B1 and 69. Okay, so that's the background color for the travel sustainable view. Okay, so I'm gonna give it a basic padding horizontal of 3, a padding vertical of 2. Okay, and let's increase the padding vertical to 4, a slight border radius, and let's increase the padding horizontal because it's just not spaced out. So for the text, I'm gonna say a color of white and a font size of 13. Okay, font size, not font style, of 13. Okay, yeah, I think that's looking better. So after that we have is a basic, border kind of thing, a line to separate all of this. So I'm gonna just initialize a text field. Okay, so I'm gonna give the style to it. So basically I'm gonna give it a specific border color, that is with this color code. Okay, I'm gonna give it a border width as well of 3 and a height of 1, and a margin top hopefully of, let's say, 5 or 6. Okay, let's give it a margin top of 10. Let's give it 15. Yeah, I think that's looking better. So after that, I think we forgot to put the genius. Okay, we have put the genius level, but the color we need to change that. So for the color, I think we have it inside the use layout effect, this color. So I'm gonna paste it over where we have the genius level, that is over here. So I'm gonna paste it over here. So save the file. Okay, so after that we have is price for one night and 2 adults. I think that also we have done it. So I'm just gonna get that from the property card. Okay, so that is gonna be, where did that go? So property.rating, and then we have the address. Yeah, this view. I'm gonna copy this view which contains the old price, right? So pretty much copy that out and come to the property info screen. I'm gonna paste it right after the text that we designed. Okay, so instead of property.old price, it's gonna be root.params.old price multiplied by root.params.adults, and over here also it's gonna be root.params.new price multiplied by root.params.adults. So anything else, and I think we can save the file. Okay, that's working properly. So we're gonna give a margin horizontal of 12 to this and a margin vertical of 10. Okay, why is that not being applied, of 20. Okay, let's give it a margin top if that's not working. Yeah, okay, so let's increase the font size a bit. Let's keep it to be 20 for both. So it's gonna have a text which says a price for, I think the text is gonna be this thing, right? Price for one night and adults, the number of adults that we have selected in the initial home screen. So this is gonna be a root.params.adults, right? Save the file, and we're gonna give it let's remove the margin top, or we should give the margin top. We're gonna give it a margin horizontal first. So I'm gonna say margin horizontal of 12. Okay, and we can remove the margin top for the view. Okay, or decrease the margin top. Let's say 4. We're gonna give the margin top to the text of 20. Okay, and let's increase the font size for the text of this one. So we're gonna give a font size of, let's say, 17. Okay, I think that's looking better. And yeah, I think we should decrease the font size, I mean the margin top for this part. It's almost too much. Let's give it 10. Yeah, I think that's looking better. So after that we need to calculate the offer, so that we're going to do it over here at the top. So I'm firstly going to calculate the difference. So I'm going to say const difference equals to root dot params dot the old price minus root dot params dot new price. And after that I'm going to calculate the offer. I'm going to say const offer price equals to, it's going to be math dot absolute of the difference divided by root dot params dot old price multiplied by 100, right? So this is the formula for it. So I'm just gonna say, after all of the view, I'm gonna render over here the text, okay, which says, or I'm gonna initialize one more view and render the text over here with the offer price. Save the file. So as you can see, we are able to see that, right? So currently we do not want any points. We do not want the value in the points, right? So we have to remove the decimal place. So I'm firstly gonna give a margin horizontal of 12 and a slight margin top of 4. Okay, so to remove that, we have a method that is called as toFixed. I'm gonna pass in the value of 0. Okay, and there you go. After that I'm gonna pass in the percentage symbol. So for the view, I'm gonna give the style for it. I'm gonna give a background color of green like this, and a bit of padding horizontal and a padding vertical. Okay, and a specific width as well. Okay, width of 60 should do good, or 50, and a slight border radius of 4. Okay, so for the text, of course, I'm gonna give a text align of center, and I'm gonna give it a color of white. And after the percentage, I'm gonna give something called as offer. Okay, so let's pretty much increase the width to 70, 78. Yeah, I think that's looking better. And let's give it this margin top. Let's increase it to be 7. Okay, so after that, again we have is the text attribute, that is, for the border that we styled it earlier, that is this piece of text. So I'm gonna paste it right after the view. Okay, so now after that we are going to display basically this, the check-in and the checkout dates, right? So I'm going to initialize a view for that firstly. So this in turn is going to have 2 views. So each of the 2 views is going to have 2 texts. Okay, so let's write in our 2 texts. So the first text is going to say check-in, and the second text for the first view is going to show the dates, right? The check-in date. So I'm going to say root dot params dot selected dates. If you would remember, that's the information we passed. And since this is an object, to access the start date, it's going to be dot start date. Okay, save the file. As you can see, that's working fine. So I'm going to pretty much copy this for the second view as well. So this is going to be checkout, and it's going to be root dot params dot selected dates dot end date. Okay, so now for this view, I'm going to give it some style. I'm going to give it a margin of 10 or 12. Okay, and I'm gonna say a flex direction of row, align items of center, and a gap between these two children. I'm gonna give it a gap of 60. Okay, there you go. And I'm gonna say for this view, I don't think we need anything. Let's give the style for the text. I'm gonna say font size of 15, font weight of bold, not bold, 600. Okay, let's keep it 16. Yeah, so same piece of styling for the first text of the second view as well, that is for checkout. And I'm gonna give a margin bottom for this of 3. Okay, so copy this for the first one as well. Okay, so now for the second part of the text, it's gonna have a specific blue color. So I'm gonna say font size of 16 or 15 and font weight of 500, and it's gonna have a color of this color code, that is 007 and triple F. Okay, that blue color. So I think it's currently bold, so we're gonna make it bold itself. Okay, and let's keep this also 16. So copy the same piece of styling for the second part of the text over here. Okay, you can pretty much check out the code. Okay, save the file. Yeah, so after that we have is the checkout. So for that I'm gonna create one more view. So it's gonna have two text. It's not for the checkout, it's for this thing, that is the rooms and guests. So I'm gonna say rooms and guests. Okay, and after that we have is another text. Firstly we're gonna access the root dot params dot, I think it's gonna be rooms. So I'm gonna say rooms, and the second thing is gonna be root dot params dot adults, and after that I'm gonna say root dot params dot children. Okay, that's it. Save the file. So I'm gonna give the same piece of styling for the view as well, that is a margin of 12. So I'm gonna say style, paste that margin of 12. Okay, and I'm gonna give the same piece of styling that we gave to the texts. Okay, so copy that over here, and the second piece of styling, that is for the value, I'm gonna give it over here. Okay, so you can check out the code for that, and there you go. Right, so after that we have is again the border, that is the line separator. So I'm gonna copy this piece of text and I'm gonna paste it after the view over here. Okay, so after that we have something called as the amenities. Okay, so I'm gonna create a new component first, that is, let's say amenities.js and rnfes to get the shorthand snippet. Okay, so let me just get the code for the amenities. Okay guys, I've just pasted the code for the services. Okay, so we'll just be making use of this services array, and then we'll be rendering all of the services over here. So firstly, for this view I'm going to give some internal spacing, that is a padding of 10. Okay, so firstly let's import our amenities component just below the text. So I'm going to say amenities like this. Okay, so there you go, we can see that working. So firstly it's going to have a text which says most popular facilities. Okay, so we're gonna give it a basic style, that is font size of 16 and font weight of 600. Okay, let's keep it to be 17. Okay, so after that I'm going to initialize my view, and I'm gonna say services.map for each item and the index. I'm going to return another view for this. Okay. So inside this view, I'm basically going to return my text, that is the item dot name. That's the service name. So save the file. So as you can see, we're able to see everything. So for the view, I'm going to give the key. It's going to be the index. Okay. So currently we need to make it look like this. That is the background color and the text color of white. So I'm going to give some style to the view. So I'm going to say a margin of 10 and a background color of this color code, that is 007FFF, the same code that we used earlier. Okay, and I'm gonna say a padding horizontal of 10 and a padding vertical of 3. Okay, so now for this view, I'm gonna give the style. So I'm gonna say flex direction of row and then align items of center. And over here also we're going to use the flex wrap of wrap. Okay, and there you go, that's working absolutely fine. And we're going to give it a slight border radius. That's a border radius of 25. Okay, why is that not working? Oh, okay, we have to give it to the second view, not over here. For this view, save the file. Okay, that's working fine. So now for the text part, I'm gonna give the styling. So I'm gonna say style text align of center. It's gonna have a color of white and save the file. Okay, yeah, I think that's it. Okay, so if you want, you can increase the padding horizontal a bit to 12 or padding vertical to 4 or 5. Yeah, I think that's looking better. So after this amenities component, we have again the text, that is the line separator. I'm going to put it over here. Okay, so after that we have is a button that we're going to design it over here, that is which says select availability. So that is going to come right after the scroll view. So I'm going to say pressable. Okay, so this is going to have a text field which says select availability. Select availability. Okay, you can see that text coming. So I'm going to give the style to this. So style. So I'm going to say a background color of, let's choose the color. Okay, so it's currently having this color. I think this is present for this one, maybe the genius level, or let's just choose a light color of blue shade. So I'm just going to say blue shades of CSS. So let's choose a light shade, let's say this one. Okay, and I'm gonna give it a background color over here, right? And for the pressable, I'm gonna give it a margin bottom as well, a margin bottom of, let's say, 30. Okay, not sure why that's not working. So we're gonna give it a padding horizontal, sorry, padding vertical of 20. Okay, so for the text, I'm gonna say style. It's gonna be text align of center, and it's gonna have a color of white. Okay guys, so the style for the bottom button is going to be this one. I've made it a position of absolute and given a bottom of 20 and the and a padding of 15 and a specific width and a bit of margin horizontal. Okay, so you can slide through the bottom part and that's going to stay at the bottom. Okay, that is the button. So now when we press on the button, we'll be navigated to the next screen, that is where we show all of the available rooms, right? So we're going to look into that. So firstly, let us increase the font size for this to be 17. Okay, so the next thing is to create a new screen, that is the room screen. Okay, and then show all of the rooms present in that particular property, right? So first I'm going to create my new screen, that is the room screen. Okay, so let's go into our screens folder, and I'm going to say rooms screen .js. okay, rnfes to get the shorthand snippet, and then save the file. So let's come to our stack navigator, and I'm going to initialize the screen, that is the room screen. So I'm going to say stack.screen. So the name is going to be rooms, component is going to be room screen, and inside the room screen we are going to show the header. So I'm not going to write the options. Okay, so let's import the room screen from the screens folder like this. Okay, so let's save the file, and let's come back to a property info screen and initialize the on press event on the pressable. Okay, so I'm going to say on press, I'm going to say navigation dot navigate to the name of the screen, that is rooms, and I'm going to pass a bunch of information to the screen, so you can just go copy that out. Okay, so basically we have the rooms, old price, new price, the name of the hotel, and then the children, adults, the rating, and the start date as well as the end date. Okay, so pretty much let's save the file, and let's get into our room screen, and let's try to access our route params. So we're going to say const route equals to use route. Okay, so I'm going to say console.log of routes.params like this, and let's give it a try. Okay, so let's press on select availability. Okay, cannot read property start date of undefined. Okay, I think we have given it the wrong name, right? So I'm just going to go to my property screen, and I think it's going to be selected dates if I'm not wrong, and the same thing over here, selected dates. Okay, so now let's give it a try. So there you go. So we have all of the information from the root params. So for the room screen, firstly let's initialize the use layout effect. Okay, I'm gonna paste it over here. So let's initialize our navigation. So const navigation equals to use navigation, and let's import use layout effect from React. Okay, so the title is going to be available rooms. Okay, so now inside over here you're going to design this rooms, all of these rooms. Okay, so okay, currently the rooms is undefined. Let's check it out. Why is it undefined? Okay, so for rooms we are passing root params dot available rooms. Okay, so if you would remember, I think inside the property card, that is where we are navigating to the property info screen, right? So let's check out the property card. For rooms, what was it? So rooms was rooms itself, right? Okay, so this was for this thing. So I think we had to pass the available rooms. Okay, it's there over here. I think we have same name for both of these. So I'm gonna say available rooms over here, and start off the app from the beginning. Okay, so that all of the state loads properly. Okay, so just make the change over here. Since we had the same name for both of these attributes, I'm going to say available rooms. It's going to be property.rooms. So inside the property info screen, while navigating to the room screen, I'm going to say rooms. It's going to be rooted params dot available rooms. Okay, that's correct. So let's give it a try. Okay, so let's press on the select availability button. Okay, that's weird. Yeah, I think now we are getting the root params correctly, right? So let's give it a try. Save the file. Let's console.log the root params. Okay, yeah, so there you go. Rooms is an array, so now we can make use of this, right? So inside the view, firstly I'm gonna say let's make use of the scroll view first. So I'm gonna say scroll view. Okay, I'm gonna access the root.params.rooms. Okay, so for each I'm gonna say dot map for each item comma index. Okay, I'm gonna return, let's say, a pressable. So the first thing inside the pressable is of course the name. So let's initialize a view over here. So I'm gonna say a text. So this is gonna be our item dot name, right? So there you go, we have all of the three rooms coming up. So for the pressable, we're gonna say key equals to index. Okay, and we're gonna give the style for the pressable. We're gonna give it a margin of 10. Okay, and we're gonna give it a background color of white and some internal spacing that is a padding of 10. Okay, I think that's looking better. So the next thing we want is the info icon. So we're gonna get it over here. So I'm gonna search for info, and I think this from and design. So let's import this one and paste right over there and copy that into component code. We're gonna paste it right over here. Okay, and for this view I'm gonna say style, a flex direction of row, align items of center, and we're gonna justify it space between, right? Yeah, that's looking better. So for the color, let's take the color that we have used it previously for the check-in and check-out, if you would remember. So I'm going to copy the color for this text. Okay, so the one which we use for the values, right? So I'm going to come back to my room screen, and the color for this is going to be the one which we copied. Okay, so font size of 17, font weight of 500. Okay, so let's get the same piece of color for the icon as well over here instead of black. Okay, so after that we have a text attribute which just says pay at the property, something like this. Okay, we're gonna give style a margin top of 3, and after that another text, okay, which says free cancellation available. Okay, so for this I'm gonna give a color of green and a font size of 15. Okay, there you go, that's looking okay. So after that we have is the price points. So I'm gonna say view, we have two texts. Okay, so this is gonna say the root dot params dot old price. Is that the correct name? Okay, yeah, it is root dot params dot old price. And after that we have is the root dot params dot new price. Okay, so for this view I'm going to firstly give a margin top, since it's almost touching the top text. So I'm going to say a margin top of 4. I'm going to give a flex direction of row and then align items of center, and I'm going to give a gap between these two children of 15. Okay, so for the text I'm going to say style, firstly a font size of 16 and a color of red, and I'm going to say text decoration style. It's gonna be, I think it's text decoration line, is it? Yeah, it's text decoration line through. Okay, let's increase the size to be 18. So for the second piece of text, I'm gonna say font size of 18 again. Okay, color is gonna be black itself, and this is gonna have a rupees. Okay, so let's save the file, and let's decrease the gap. Okay, it's not looking that good, so for the gap I'm gonna give it to be let's say 10. Okay, that's looking better. So after that we have is basically the amenities. So before that, let's increase the font size for the pay, the property text, and the free cancellation available, both of the texts. I'm gonna say font size of 16, and for the second text as well, font size of 16. Okay, then we're just gonna copy the just import the amenities components over here like this from the components folder. Okay, I don't think that has been imported. Okay, let's import it like this from the components folder and save the file. So there you go. So you're able to see all of the rooms. Okay, and after that we're going to initialize a button. Okay, so I'm going to say pressable. This is going to have a text which says select like this, and for the pressable I'm going to give this style that is a border color. So the border color is going to be a slight blue color, I guess. I'm not sure what the color code is, so I'm just going to use this itself. Okay, and I'm going to give it a border width as well, border width of 1, and I'm going to give it a border radius of 5 and save the file. Okay, I'm going to give it some internal spacing, that is padding of 8, 7 or 10. Yeah, I think 10 looks good. Let's increase the border width to give it some boldness, 3 or 2. Yeah, I think 2 looks good. So for the text I'm gonna say style. I'm firstly gonna give a text align of center, and I'm gonna make it a font size of 700, and a font weight should be 700, right? My bad. So font weight of 700. The font size is gonna be 16. Okay, so color is gonna be the same color that we gave to the border, right? So let's copy this piece of code and paste it over here. Okay, yeah, I think that's looking good, right? So now we are going to implement in such a way that if we press on this button, we need to show a cross button over here, and whenever anything is selected, we need to show a button which says reserve. Okay, so for that I'm going to initialize state firstly. So I'm going to say const selected comma set selected equals to use state. Initially I'm going to pass an empty array. Okay, so whenever we press on the select button, I'm going to say on press, I'm going to write set selected to be the item dot name. Okay, so after the amenities I'm going to write a condition. Okay, I'm going to say if the selected dot includes the item dot name, then in that case we're going to show a different design which says it is selected. Else if it is not selected, I'm just going to show the previous design itself, that is the pressable that we just designed. Okay, so I'm just going to get the code for the selected one. Okay guys, I've just pasted the code for the pressable, that is if it is selected. Okay, you can just check that out, and let's import the end typo icon first. So I'm going to say end typo like this and save the file. Okay, can't find use state. Let's import it from React. Okay, so let's quickly finish this process, add in our dates and search over here, select availability. Okay, undefined is not a function. Why is that? We have given It is an array, so selected dot includes. Okay, wrong spelling of includes, my bad. Includes. Okay, again we have to do this, come on. So select the dates and search. Okay, yeah, so now you can look at the code firstly. So firstly, if we have selected any one of the room, then what's going to happen is I'm going to initialize this pressable, and the style for this is this one. You can check out, we have given it a border color, a background color firstly, and a border width and a width to it, and the padding, border radius, and flex of row, and align items of center. And we have a text which says selected, and we have given margin left and right of auto with this specific color, and the text align is going to be center. And along with it, we have given it a end typo icon, that is the cross icon. Okay, so when we press on that, we are going to set the set selected to be an empty array, so that everything comes to the previous state, which is like this. Okay, so let's give it a try. So there you go. So it's currently selected, and we have the cross icon. So if we press on the cross icon, we are gonna just set this selected to be an empty array. Okay, so you can check that out. So again, we have the previous state. Okay, so that's the way this thing works, right? So let's increase the font size for the selected. It should be the same thing as we gave for the select one. So where we have the text font size. Okay, so selected. So there you go, that's looking better. Okay, so now what we're going to do is, if at all any room is selected, we're going to just show the reserve button at the bottom. So for that reason, I'm going to initialize my fragment. Okay, so this is going to come after the scroll view. I'm going to initialize my pressable. So firstly, let me write the condition, that is, if the selected dot length is greater than 0, then we're going to show the pressable, else we're just going to say return null. Okay, I'm going to initialize my pressable over here, and this is going to have a text which says reserve. Okay, so currently, as you can see, the first room is selected, and you can see the reserve at the bottom part. So we're going to give it some styling. Okay, so I'm going to say style, background color of let's choose this one, a light color of blue shade. I'm going to paste it over here, and a bit of padding of 10. Okay, 10 is a bit too much, a padding of 8. Let's give it a margin border of 30. Okay, and we're gonna give it basically a text align of center for the text. So style, text align of center, a color of white, and a font weight of bold. Okay, so let's give it a slight border radius to the outer pressable of 6. Okay, 6 is looking a bit too much. 3, and some margin horizontal as well. Okay, I think that's looking better. Okay, so that's it about the room screen. Okay, so if I remove this, the reserve button should go off. Okay, so the next thing that we'll be looking into is we need to get the information about the user, that is the username, the email, and the phone number. That will be done in the next screen. Okay, so let's initialize a new screen for the details of the user. Okay, let's create a new screen first, that is our user screen. Okay, so let's open up our screens folder, and I'm going to say new file, that is user screen.js, so rnfes to get the shorthand snippet. Okay, and firstly let's initialize a user screen inside our stack navigator. So I'm going to say stack dot screen, so the name is going to be user. Okay, component is going to be user screen. Over here also we do not want the header. Okay, so I'm going to leave it as it is. Save the file. Let's come back to our room screen, that is over here, and let's initialize on press event if it is selected. Okay, sorry, not selected, on the reserve button. So I'm going to say on press It's going to be navigation dot navigate to the name of the screen, that is going to be user. That's what we gave inside the stack navigator. And I'm going to provide a bunch of information again to the next screen. Okay, you can just check that out, and let's check if everything is correct. That is specifically the dates, right? So hopefully it should be params dot start date. Let's check this inside the property info screen. Okay, whether it's the same thing. Yeah, it's going to be correct. Start date and end date. So let's save the file and let's press on the reserve button, and there you go, we are coming to the user screen. So the first thing is design the header. So I'm going to copy the use layout effect, and let's come back to our user screen, and I'm going to paste it over here. So import use layout effect from React. Okay, and we have to initialize our navigation. So I'm going to say const navigation equals to use navigation, and save the file. Okay, so this is gonna be user details. All right, so inside over here we're gonna have, let's say, 4 input fields. So I'm gonna give the style first, a padding of 20 for this. Okay, so I'm gonna write my first view. So it's gonna look something like this: the first name, last name, email, and phone number inside the user screen. So firstly I'm gonna have a text. So this is gonna say email, and after this we are gonna have a text input from React Native. So the placeholder is gonna be okay, so no placeholder, it's just gonna be an empty field. Okay, so we're gonna give the style to this. So I'm gonna say style, padding of 10, and a border color of gray, and a border width of 1. Okay, yeah, I think that's looking better. So for the view, let's give a flex direction of column. Okay, and let's give a gap of 10. Let's remove this text which says user screen. So I'm going to copy this view a couple of times, that is 3 times. Okay, so we're gonna say phone, not the phone. So it has to be first name and last name, right? My bad, I've written it as email. So this should be first name, and this is gonna be the last name. Yeah, this should be email, and this should be the phone number. Okay, all right, so for each of the text, or for each of the view, let's give a margin top of 10, like this. I'm gonna paste it for all of the remaining views as well. Okay, yeah, so that's looking better. So now we need to track whatever the user is typing. So for that reason we are going to initialize the state. So I'm going to say const first name comma set first name equals to use state, initially an empty string. Okay, so I'm going to say const last name comma set last name equals to use state of again an empty string, const email comma set email equals to use state, and finally the const phone number comma set phone number equals to use state of an empty string again. Okay, so now we're going to provide the value for the text input. I'm going to say value is going to be first name, and we have something called as the onChange text. Okay, so we're going to take in the text and we're going to update our state, that is whenever the user types in some of the characters. So I'm going to say set the first name to whatever the text the user is typing. Okay, so similarly we're going to do that for all of the remaining inputs. So I'm going to say value, it's going to be last name, and we have the on change text, it's going to access the text and set the last name to be the text. Okay, so similarly for the third input, I'm going to say value is going to be email, and on change text, it's going to take in the text, and we're going to say set email to be the text. Okay, and we're going to have the value for the final one. This is going to be the phone number, and it's going to have again the on change text method, which is going to take in the text and update the final state. Okay, it's going to be set phone number to be the text. All right, so use state is not defined, so let's define that. I'm going to say use state. Okay, all right, so now that's working absolutely fine. So now after that we need to design this part that is at the bottom. So I'm just going to say a pressable imported from React Native. I'm going to initialize for two views. So the first view is going to have another view inside of it which contains two texts. Okay, I think we have already designed that. I'm just going to get it from the property info screen where we have designed the price points, that is the start date, I mean not the start date, that is the old price and the new price, right? I think that is this view. So I'm just going to pretty much paste it over here. Okay, so let's initialize our route params. So I'm going to say const route equals to use route. Okay, so hopefully we need this should work. Save the file, and there you go, that's working absolutely fine. So now currently it should be at the bottom. So for the pressable, I'm going to give it some style. I'm going to say a background color of white and items of center. Okay, so I think we need to initialize one more view. I think we need to give it a flex selection of row because we have to style this final button, right? So let's remove the column, that is this one. So I'm just going to say flex direction of row. Okay, so we can remove the outer view. Just a minute, I think we need that because beneath this view I'm going to write the text, right? Okay, which says you saved. So this is going to be the root dot params dot the old price minus the root dot params dot new price rupees. Okay, yeah, that's working absolutely fine. So now let's save the file. So currently I'm not sure why the margin top of auto is not working. Okay, so since this is not working as we wanted, I'm going to do one thing. So I'm just going to make use of the fragment. Okay, and I'm going to paste the pressable right after the view, so it directly comes to the bottom, right? So I'm going to copy this pressable and I'm going to paste it right after the view. So automatically it should be coming to the bottom, right? So now for the pressable, I'm going to give, let's say, a margin bottom of 40. Okay, there you go. And we're gonna for the price points, I'm going to remove the margin horizontal first. Okay, let's give the padding for this view. So let's say a padding of 20. Okay, or 15. Yeah, so after the pressable, it's gonna have another, after the view, it's gonna have another pressable for the final step. I'm just gonna say final step like this. So over here I'm gonna say flex direction of row and align items of center. Okay, that is already there, my bad. So we have to write justify content of space between. Okay, so let's pretty much give the background color for the final step. So I'm gonna say a background color of any light shade. So let's just choose which we have already chosen in the previous screen. Okay, let's say this one. I'm gonna paste it over here. I think that's a pretty dark color. So let's choose a lighter color. So inside the property info screen where we have, you know, the check-in and checkout dates. Yeah, I think it's this one, if I'm not wrong. So let's give that a try. Yeah, let's go with this, and I'm gonna give a padding of 10 for this. Okay, that's looking better. So the text for this, I'm gonna say style. Okay, so text align of center. A color of white and font size of 15. Okay, and a slight border radius for the pressable. I'm gonna say border radius of 5. All right, yeah, I think that's looking better. So the next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna initialize on press event on the final step. So before that, I'm gonna create the confirmation screen. So I'm gonna say new screen confirmation screen dot js rnfes. Let's import the screen inside our stack navigator. So I'm gonna say stack dot screen. So the name is gonna be confirmation and the component is gonna be confirmation screen. Let's pretty much import it. Okay, not getting the suggestions. Okay, confirmation screen. Yeah, it's imported. Let's write it properly. And now let's give it a try. We are gonna navigate to the final screen. Okay. Yeah, so let's come back to our user screen over here, and on press we're gonna say on press navigation dot navigate to the final screen, that is the confirmation screen. And again, it's going to take in a set of information. Okay, it's pretty much going to be the same thing, right? This one, and I'm going to paste it over here. Okay, save the file and let's give it a try, and let's initialize our route first. I'm going to say const route equals to use route, and I'm going to say console.log routes.params. Okay, let's press on the final step. Okay, I think we have given the wrong spelling, right? Confirmation, wrong spelling, confirmation. Okay, so let's press on it. Okay, again wrong spelling. So let's check it out inside our stack navigator. Okay, we have given confirmations. Okay, let's come back to our confirmation screen, where did that go? And press on the final step. Okay, there you go, we're getting all of the information that is required. So inside the confirmation screen, again, let's do the same thing. Firstly, import the use layout effect and paste it over here. So use layout effect as such, and let's also initialize the navigation. So const navigation equals to use navigation like this. Okay, and this is gonna be, let's say, confirmation as of now. Okay, so it's pretty much going to be the same thing that we have designed again. So I'm just going to say a pressable over here inside the view, and I'm just going to get in whatever is required, right? So we have already designed this part as well as this part in the property info screen. Okay, so let's check that out. So inside the property info screen, firstly, where we have the name, we're going to get that first. Okay, that's this one. So I'm going to say copy this particular view and paste it over here. Okay, so if we need any kind of icons, yeah, we need material icons, so let's import that as well. So import that over here like this. All right, so if there is anything, nothing, so save the file. Yeah, there you go, we are able to see that. And for the pressable, we are going to give it a background color of white. So I'm going to say style background color of white. Okay, a bit of margin 10. Yeah, I think that's looking better. So the next thing is the check-in and check-out dates. That's gonna come over here, right? So let's pretty much copy out this view as well as the second view. So the first view is for the check-in and check-out dates, that is gonna be in the horizontal fashion, and the second view is it's gonna be for the rooms and guests. So copy both of them, and inside the confirmation screen, right after the view, the first view, I'm gonna paste it over here. Okay, so I think we can save the file. Okay, start date is undefined. Why is that? Okay, yeah, my bad. It should be root.params dot just start date, not selected dates, like this, and same goes for this as well. So root.params dot end date. Okay, so I think that's it. So let's pretty much save the file and let's check this out from the beginning. Okay, so select and reserve. Okay, so final step. Yeah, there you go, that's working absolutely fine. Okay, so the next step is we're going to initialize a button which is going to say book now. So it's going to be over here. So I'm going to give the style for this. It's going to contain a background color basically. So the background color, I'm going to use the same color I gave to the header over here. All right, and let's give it a specific width. Let's say 120. Okay, some padding of 5 and some margin horizontal of 12 and some margin bottom of 20. Okay, so for the text, I'm going to say style text align of center, color of white, font size of 15, and then font weight of bold. Okay, so yeah, that's looking better. So we're gonna give it a font size. Okay, let's write 15 correctly. So this is gonna have a border radius. I'm gonna say border radius. Oh, come on, border radius of 4. Yeah, that's looking better. So inside the user details, firstly we need to check if all of these input fields have been filled or not, right? So we're gonna check that first and then navigate to the final step. I mean, for the final confirmation screen. So let's do that part. So inside the user screen, where we have the onPress event. Okay, so I think it's better to initialize a function at the top and then do all of this. So I'm gonna say final step. So let's pretty much initialize this function first. So I'm gonna say const final step equals to a basic arrow function. So let's pretty much remove all of this. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna paste it over here. I think a bracket is missing. Okay, where is the error coming from? Over here. Okay, that's weird. Okay, the function bracket is not closed, is it? Yeah, correct. So after that, firstly I'm gonna check if there is no first name or if there is no last name. Okay, or if there is no email, or if there is no phone number. Okay, so if this is the case, that is if any one of the details is missing and if the user presses on the final step button, we need to show the alert message. Okay, so I'm gonna search for alert React Native, and I'm gonna go to the second link and copy the to button alert, that is this one, and I'm gonna paste it over here. Let's import alert from React Native. Okay, so let's change the message over here. We're gonna say invalid details, please enter all the fields. Okay, please enter all the fields. Okay, so save the file, and if we have all of these, that is the first name or the last name or the email or the phone number, I think it's better to make use of the AND operator instead of OR. That is, if all of these are there, then we are going to navigate, right? So I'm going to paste it over here. So again, I think we have error. Why is that? Yeah, I think now it's looking better. Okay, so let's give this a try. So save the file and let's press on the final step button, right? It should give us that alert message. Okay, so let's give out all of our details and the email and this value. Okay, so let's say final step. Yeah, so now we are navigating correctly. Okay, so the next step is to, let's say we initialize redux so that we can store all of these details, whatever the user has given, I mean whatever the user has booked, that is the hotel, the check-in date, checkout date, rooms and guests. Okay, so let's initiate redux firstly. So I'm gonna say redux toolkit, the first link. I'm gonna install the redux toolkit as well as react redux. So over here, paste it, and the next thing we want is react redux. Let's install this as well, and I'm gonna create my first reducer after this gets installed. So I'm going to say new file. Let's say something called as saved reducer.js. Firstly, we're going to import our create slice method from redux toolkit, and I'm going to say export const saved slice equals to call the create slice method. Okay, so the first thing it's going to take is the name. So I'm going to provide, let's say, booking for now, and it's going to take in the initial state. So let's say we want an array at the initial state. So I'm going to say bookings, the name of the array, and I'm going to provide an empty array at the initial stage. Okay, so after that, let's say we have the reducers coming in. So the first one, okay, so we have the first reducer that is going to be the saved reducer, or instead of that, we're going to say saved places, which is going to take in the state and action. Okay, so over here, when we execute this action, I'm going to say access the state dot bookings dot push whatever is there inside the action dot payload. Okay, so I basically want all of these details to get into the bookings array. So that's what I'm trying to implement. Okay, so after doing that, I'm going to export the required value. So I'm going to say export const saved places equals to saved slice dot actions, and after that I'm going to say export default saved slice dot reducer. Okay, so the next step is to create our store. So I'm going to press on new file, and I'm going to say store.js. Okay, so inside the store, I'm firstly going to import my configure store method. So I'm going to say import configure store from redux toolkit, and then I'm going to say export default configure store. This in turn is going to take in an object where we need to pass all of our reducer. Okay, so over here I'm going to say booking, and it's going to be the booking reducer, right? I mean the saved reducer. So save the file, and we have initiated the redux part. So let's include all of it as the provider over here. I'm going to say provider. So this provider is going to take in the store, right? So I'm going to say store. So we have already created the store file. I'm just going to import that from the store file like this. Okay, so I'm just going to say save. Hopefully nothing should go wrong. All right, everything is correctly done. So I'm going to start it out from this first. Okay, so final step, and where we have the book now button, I'm going to initialize on press event on that. So I'm just going to say on press, we're going to say confirm booking, something like this. Let's define the function right at the top. Say const confirm booking. Okay, so basically we'll be dispatching that event, right? So for that I'll be making use of the use dispatch hook. So I'm going to say const dispatch equals to use dispatch. So firstly I'm going to say dispatch what was that, saved places. So import that from the saved reducer file. Okay, and the payload we're going to give is basically whatever is there inside the root params. That is all of these details, right? And after that I'm going to say navigation dot replace to the home screen. Okay, after this we're going to do it like this and save the file. Okay, so let's check out whatever is stored inside of the bookings array. So inside the home screen, or let's say we're going to show it inside of the booking screen if we have. Okay, so first let's check out our stack navigator. Okay, so this is the booking screen, right? Okay, so over here inside the booking screen, I'm going to say const bookings equals to access the state, I'm going to say use selector hook. So the state, it's going to be state dot bookings dot booking. Okay, so pretty much console.log of bookings. So let's check if we have done this correctly. So firstly, inside the saved reducers, the reducer method that is inside the store.js, the name we have given is booking, and inside our saved reducer, this is going to be bookings, right? So let's keep both of them as booking. Over here also booking. All right, and inside our booking screen, okay, that is over here, it's going to be booking.booking. Okay, so save the file. So now let's press on the book now button. Okay, so the action replace with payload home was not handled by any navigator. So why is that happening? So inside the confirmation screen, okay, so this is not working exactly. Oh, okay, I think we need to pass it as the main, right? Instead of the home screen, should be the main. So I'm going to say main. So let's check it out. So there you go, we are coming exactly into the main screen. So if you check out the bookings, okay, so hopefully we should get, yeah, there you go. So I think it is an array. So this is our bookings array, right? We have all of the details that was stored inside of the root params. Okay, so let's initialize a safe area view and design the bookings booking screen. So I'm going to say safe area view. So safe area view and safe area view. So let me just get the code for the booking screen. Okay guys, I've just pasted the code for the bookings part. Okay, so firstly I'm checking if the bookings.length is greater than 0, and then only I'm going to map through the bookings array, and then I'm basically trying to display, you know, the item.name and the rating part of it, okay, that we've already designed, right? So I think we need access to the material icon, so let's get that out. So let's get material icons from over here. Let's change it to be material icons. Okay, so save the file. Okay, pressable doesn't exist, so I'm gonna say pressable. Okay, so if you check out the bookings one, so there you go, we have the first booking that we have booked, right? So for the booking screen, let's initialize our use layout effect. So let's take it out from any one of the screen. Okay, so let's come over here and I'm gonna paste it right over here. Okay, let's import, you know, use layout effect from React, and we need to initialize our navigation again. So I'm gonna say const navigation equals to use navigation. Okay, so let's save the file, and this, it's gonna have a text of bookings, something like this. Okay, so there you go. So I've just displayed the name as well as the rating of that particular hotel. Okay, so I think that's it about the first part of the video. Okay, so I hope you find this interesting, and in the next part we'll be initializing our database, and then we'll be getting all of our data from over there, and we'll be initializing also our login screen as well as our register screen, and we'll be storing and registering users as well. Okay, so that's it for this video. So let's see you in the next video, and then thank you for watching.